sajivam sadaitam sadadhutam parijana saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Saguna Lalita Sri Visakani Tamcha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Enacharena Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharene Devasesa Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Jai Om Vishnu Pad Paramahamsa Paribhajacharya Satyasata Sisimas Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai Namacharya Sila Hari Ras Thakur Ki Jai Prem Chakosi Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasade Gaur Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai. All glorious assembled devotees.
Hare Krishna.
All glorious assembled devotees.
Hare
All
Krishna.
glorious assembled devotees.
Hare
All glorious to
Krishna.
Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga.
All glorious to Sri Guru
All
and Sri
glorious to
Gauranga.
Srila
Glory
Prabhupada.
to Srila
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Bol.
So, I'm going to start the interview
Yeah.
by asking you about you specifically, because that is also interesting, you know, to know the
Well, let's see what you ask and I'll tell you if it isn't.
yeah, I want to ask from the very beginning about. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have these, I forget what you call them. It's kind of a calcium growth that it's very hard to sit in the war. These big bunions or whatever.
Is there enough light over there?
I think so. This is fine.
Did you record that kirtan?
Yes, I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the important thing, the kirtan.
Yes, that's the most.
Oh, Krishna.
All right. So, you can actually tell us something about your childhood, how you grew up, where you grew up, about your family, about your, anything you
I was
like.
born in Germany, 1941, and almost to the day that Hitler started his campaign against Russia, which I think was June 6th, something like that, I can't remember. But I was born May 27th, and had a brother, older brother, he was 4 years more than me, and a sister, 4 years younger. My father was, my father's family, they were hotel and restaurant people. So he had a big establishment in Berlin. Entertainment and food. But as the war progressed, there was no flour, butter, sugar, so it collapsed. Business had closed down. And in 1945, when the Russians flooded Berlin, my mother, my sister, myself, we had to just walk out. It's like telling Gadada, okay, you gotta go now with your wife. Take whatever you want. You gotta go. Whatever you can carry in your hand. So my older brother, he died because there was no food. He got typhoid. Horst, his name was Horst. And so my father, he was also drawn or recruited, although he was too old. He was already 45 years old. But in the end, they took everyone, young people, old people. And he was captured by Americans, put in an American prison camp. But because he spoke English, on account of his having gone with friends in the 1920s to America to carouse around like young men do, so he knew he could speak English very well without accent, and he was a very good cook and a pastry chef, and he was very old school trained. So they treated him very nicely. Anyway, when the war was over, those friends that stayed in America, he came back in the 20s, and some stayed. So they contacted him and they sponsored him to come to America in 1947. And then we went in 1950. So from 45 to 50, we were refugees for a while, and we wound up in a small village in a place called Massenbachhausen. So very, very, how do you say, simple living, I think. No shoes and all that kind of thing. But it was actually delightful. I can remember when American occupation troops came. So with their tanks and trucks, they set up a camp outside that village. But we were, maybe 5 years old, so children, and we heard there were black people in this American army. We had never heard that there is such a thing. Oh, they're black people. So when they came, we actually saw them. We thought, so we were speculating like small children, maybe how they became black. Maybe they had too much coffee or ate too much chocolate. That was an innocent kind of thing. Anyway, in 1950, we, on a ship, Polish ship, Batory, we crossed the Atlantic and landed in New York, right midtown Manhattan or downtown, where the piers are. And these friends of my father, they took us to a place to have something to eat. And they had a television, which we only heard about it, that there was a box and there were the people talking, and we imagined in Germany what it is. How is that? So this place had a television, and it was behind me, and I was craning my neck to see that television. It was absolutely fascinating, and of course fell off the chair. So I grew up in, the first year we spent in Manhattan, uptown. That's called Germantown. That's where the Germans went, 86th Street up to 96th Street. That's where the mayor's mansion is called Carl Schultz Park. So I got into the habit of just wandering around New York City. And after 1 year, I could speak English perfectly. And our family moved to Queens, Astoria. And, but I was very, adverse to going to school. It was something about it. I had a real phobia. I didn't want to go to school. And I didn't go. I figured out that on the first day, if you don't sign in, you can, no one knows that you're supposed to be there. So I would play hooky the whole year. And then eventually, of course, I got caught. So, make a long story short, then 1 year, my father, who worked seasonally as a pastry chef in very exclusive country golf clubs, during the summer in Westchester, upstate New York, and in the winter he went to Palm Beach, where the Kennedys and the Nixons and all the Trump. I don't think Trump was born yet. Yeah, maybe. He's 5 years younger than me, Trump. So he decided to take us to Florida for that season. So we drove to Florida, but because I was so city oriented and conditioned to city life, right, and the crowds around and wander around the city, do mischief, I found it really unbearable. And kids were into football and baseball and all that kind of thing, and I couldn't relate to that. So one day there was an incident where the teacher made some remark because I wasn't paying attention, and I just decided that I'm never going to go back to school today because they decided to take me home to punish me, right? I told my mom when I came in, I'm never going to go back to school ever one more day. I don't care what you do. You can cut me into little pieces, I'm not going back. Anyway, my father, he also tried to convince me. And they finally saw that I was determined. They said, okay, but you have to do something. So I was artistically inclined, so I thought, I'm going to be an artist. And my father said, no, you have to have some work. So I saw a sign, join the Navy, see the world. I thought, yeah, okay, I can do that. Let me see. I told my father, and he said, okay. And in those days, when you were 17, you could sign up. I don't know if they still do that. And the agreement is you do until you're 21, then they let you out. So in end of winter in 59 I joined. So I spent till 62, till the Cuban Missile Crisis started, and I was the ship's cook. So that's where I learned how to manage a kitchen and cook, and it was it was a great thing. A young guy, you get disciplined, you learn how to work in, cooperation, harmony with others. You learn to chain of command, orderly, and hierarchy we were talking before. So after you finish boot camp, they send you to what they call a duty station. So I was put on a ship, LSD. LSD meant landing ship dock. They have LSTs they open in the front. You see them in the movies, the tanks come out, the trucks come out. LSDs, they don't come on the beach, they stay maybe a mile or two offshore, and the back opens, the ship ballasts down, and these landing crafts come out. So anyway, you have to decide which department you want to serve in. A radio man, or yeoman, or engineer, or whatever. So I checked everything out. I thought everybody likes to eat, so even officers. So I decided, okay, that's what I'm going to do. So that's what I did. And so no one bothered to cook ever. They'd like hands off the cook. Even the officers, they'd come on Christmas, Thanksgiving. Hey, Cookie, can you get the old lady a turkey? Yeah, don't worry, I'm going to take care of you. Anyway, after that, 62, I was discharged, Cuban Missile Crisis. And then I decided to go to art school, which I did for a while. And, but I saw that this was a waste of time. So I was living on the Lower East Side. That was the place to be in the 50s, 60s. It was a period where the upcoming generation, right? I don't know what they call them.
Baby boomers?
The war babies, the ones that were born after the war. Sort of, I fell between that, I was in between these two generations. You know, people that were born 45, 46, 47, like that. So it was a very, how do you say, exciting time for young people. They saw it as they're not going to do what their parents did. they saw that we'll have this feudal. And they had some idea about free love, and the whole generation and perspective began. And Prabhupada came during that time. He came, and I was living in Hoboken, New Jersey, which is across the river from Manhattan. So, and artists, the most forward or progressive, were living there because it was the cheapest place to live at that time. New York had become expensive. And it was during that 65, 66, I came in the March of 67. And how I came was, I had a friend, Bob Lefkowitz, whose name was initiated name was Rabinda Swarup. He used to live with me for a short time, but he was a little, how do you say, eccentric. And then he disappeared. Next time I saw him, he came to my place. He said, you know, I should come and meet the Swami. And he said, the Swami loves everyone, he sings beautifully, and he'll give you some symbols. And I thought, Swami meant something like in the movies with a turban, you know, and he has a crystal ball. I said, come on, Bob, get real. And Prabhupada was still at Mishra's ashram at that time. He hadn't come to New York City yet. So this friend, he would come on occasion, and he gave me a little book, Easy Journey to Other Planets, which Prabhupada brought, a case full, little kind of green and yellow paper. And I just kind of tossed it in my car and forgot about it. And I didn't read it. And so within the space of a few months, my life really began to unravel. And I had a friend who convinced me to take LSD, and that just completely, how do you say, put me into a void. I lost all interest in everything. And then I was kind of like almost catatonic, just sitting in the corner. Couldn't go anywhere, couldn't talk to anybody anyway. Then I got it in my head, I got to read that little book, which was in a car that I had abandoned on 2nd Avenue and St. Mark's Place, which is 6 blocks from the temple. And so anyway, I went to New York. My car was still there. Windows were broken. It was trashed out. And I rummaged through it, and I found that little book, Easy Journey to Other Planets. And previous to this incident, or during that year, I was interested in the hollow earth theory, that there's a hollow, there's an opening, and there's a hole. And so the title of the book, Easy Journey to Other Planets, really grew on me. And I thought, maybe this will explain how to go to this place, this hollow earth. So I'm reading the book, sitting behind the wheel, and very deliberately I'm going to read every single page, every word. And I'm reading and reading, and at one point Prabhupada says, but how the yogis, they can transfer themselves to any planet they like to, maybe they like to go to the moon, and so forth. But then he concludes, but all these planets are temporary. And even if you go there, you have to come back, or they'll be annihilated at the end of the... But if you come to the planet of Krishna, that's permanent, and you never come back. And it just floored me completely grabbed me. And anyway, I finished reading the book, and I thought, okay, I'm going to go to that temple. I walked in. I said, whatever I have to have, whatever it is, just tell me, give it to me. And I actually didn't know what to say, because they're looking at me like I must be some kind of a nut, typical Lower East Side. They said, well, but do you have any money? I said, yeah, just give me whatever it is. So they gave me some Back to God hats, and in those days, I don't think a entire Back to God hat, because no one had money, so it was only half of an 8.5 by 11 page, stapled, and some flyers, which I had gotten a flyer maybe a month earlier to this incident on the Lower East Side. I was walking with my wife at the time, Himavati, or Helena Milaskevich from Ukraine, and we heard this ching, 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 and the drone of a harmonium. I thought, what is that sound? And we kept following until we saw a circle of people, mostly sitting, but in the middle of that circle was my friend Bob Lefkowitz, and he was clean shaved. He had a clean white shirt on, and he was swaying to this music in the middle of the circle. When I saw that, I thought, wow, that is far out. To do that, you've got to be really somewhere else. This is incredible. And someone gave me a flyer, Stay High Forever, No More Coming Down, with philosophy, music, and I had listed a number of things, and spiritual philosophy, spiritual music, and the last item was spiritual food. I said, how can food be spiritual? So this line, so I kept that flyer, went back to my place, kept the flyer, I kept thinking, how can food be spiritual? And because I was rather, a proudy person, I didn't come forward and ask, like, hey, I was trying to figure it out, but I couldn't figure it out. Anyway, so when after reading the book, I go to the temple, I talk to them a little bit, and I asked one of them, I said, do you guys do yoga? He said, nah, we don't have time for that. Yeah. I thought, wait a minute, how is that possible? I thought this was a spiritual place. Anyway, I'm getting ready to go out the door, and all of a sudden, one guy at the door, I said, how does that go, that Krishna, Krishna, Rama, Rama thing that you guys do? How does that go? So we repeated together about a dozen times. He said, yes, that's it, you got it now. And I go out the door, and at the top of my lungs, as if there was a fire somewhere, I'm chanting, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And I do this walking all the way back to my abandoned car, which is 6 blocks. And as I'm walking, I notice that people, they're just like writing me off, like this guy's a goner. You've seen people who are talking to themselves or shouting loud about. You know that the guy's a goner. There's no sense in trying to. You just kind of try to avoid, having to have anything to do with it. So I was being seen. I understood that the people were seeing me like that. And I thought, oh, I'm liberated. I'm actually free. As long as I do this, people are just. I'm in another place, and they're there, and that was very clear to me right off. Then when I get to the car, I think, well, what about Helena? She's at home and home. I thought, well, I'll go back and get her some beads too. In those days, they put the beads in a plastic bag loose with the string. You get some string and a bag of 108 beads in the head bead. I still have mine. See, red ones. They had red ones, green ones, blue ones. Red ones, green ones, and blue ones. They were much redder when I got them. I mean, they were like cherries, right? They were really, I thought, wow. So I go in, I get another set of beads. Hers were, if I remember right, blue or green. Anyway, I don't remember. But, so so I thought, well, I get her some beads, and she can read this, and if she likes that, well, that's good. And if not, then I'll just come back to the temple. So, of course, when I came back and I explained, she read a little bit, you know, the pamphlet that and the flyers. She said, "Yeah, I think it's wonderful." I said, "Okay, let's." So we string up the bead by attaching them to the windows. You know, in those days you had upper window, lower, and a kind of fitting to lock it. So, and you tie the string there, and then one bead at a time. So, because I was an artist at the time, we had this habit. Every night we go to Walter's bar, sit and drink beer, and talk, you know, art and whatnot. Those days, a glass of beer was 10 cents, and the third one you get free, and pretzels all over, and it was like a beautiful mahogany mirror, you know, old style, like in a Western movie. And Walter happened to speak German. Walter's, it's still there. Anyway, so, you know, this I got, there's no meat, fish, eggs, no illicit sex, no gambling, and no intoxication. So that means you have to stop the cigarettes. I didn't have any problem with the beer and the other things, but the cigarettes, I was absolutely addicted to cigarettes. Rolling, you know, roll your own cigarette, 10 cents a pack. Even in those in the Navy, cigarettes were 10 cents a pack for sailors. 10 cents. Now it's like $5, $7. Anyway, so I thought, how am I going to stop smoking? This is very difficult. And they told me, well, you know, whenever you get the urge, just start chanting, which I tried. But I thought, okay, then I'm going to stop smoking, but I have to have something in terms. So the guy downstairs, he was growing pot in his room. So I asked, his name was Luke Faust, a friend of Bob Dylan's, and they used to sing over in the village. He played the banjo, and I said, I gotta have some pot. I couldn't stand pot, made me sick. But it was smoke. I said, well, you know, 2 or 3 times a day. So after 4 days, I was done. No more smoking. And every day I would go to the temple from Hoboken. And they would always tell me, no, you can stay at home, just follow the principles. And I said, no, you know, I want to join, or whatever you call it. And they were insistent that I should, no, you can stay at home and follow the principles, and it's not necessary to come. What I didn't know is that because I had a wife, there was no way that I could join, because this was, that temple wasn't even as wide as this room, and it was all boys. But they didn't know how to tell me that, we can't have women here. We're all brahmacharis. I figured it out later. But at any rate, so the second time I came, I took Himavati, or Helena, and we sat upstairs in Prabhupada's room, and they gave me what they call prasadam. It was like cut up some apples and bananas, and that was the spiritual food. And I think, oh, how's that spiritual? It's still, Anyway, that day, as I'm leaving, getting ready to go back to my place, there was a little kitchen in Prabhupada's place, just maybe hardly as wide as the sofa, right? It had a stove. And as I'm passing there, I see Achyutananda, who was later to become Achyutananda, or maybe he wasn't already. His Karmi name originally was Charles Barnes. He was a flute player for Richie Havens. So he's standing at the stove, kind of trying to clean it. And I stopped. I said, you got to take the top off, because I was a Navy cooker. I said, you have to take the top off to clean the stove. You can't clean it that way. And he looks at me. He said, well, if you know how to do this, why don't you do it? I said, yeah, sure. So we wound up spending maybe 2 hours cleaning that kitchen from top to bottom, because it looked like it had never been cleaned. And, that was my first service. And after that, so 4 or 5 days went by. And on the 5th day, they finally said, they're not going to get rid of this guy. And so they go in a huddle. Brahmananda, I think, was there. Gagamuni hadn't arrived yet, as far as I could remember. They go in a huddle, and then one of them approached me and said, "Look, we have a guy, Keith. They call him Keith. I was Kirtananda. They still call him Keith. He just went to Montreal to open a center. Would you be, if you're willing to go to Montreal, that will work for you?" I said, "Yeah, sure. I was a Navy guy. I've been all over the world. I can go anywhere. It doesn't matter where I go." They say, "Okay," but they made sure to tell me, "But you have to get your own transportation." I said, "Okay." So I had a friend, Floyd Feldman was his name. He was a huge guy, must have weighed 300 pounds. But he was a lawyer. He was one of these hippie, do-good lawyers. He was on Avenue C and 2nd Street. So I walked into his office because he had a car. I said, "Floyd, I got to have your car." He said, "What, are you crazy? I need my car. I need it for work." I said, "No, this is different. This is for Krishna." He said, "I don't care who it's for." He said, "I'm not going to give you my car." Anyway, after 1 hour talking with him, I got his car. So I somehow or other, the simple what do you call it? The simple principle of using everything for Krishna was very clear to me. So that day, after we left Floyd's place, because his car was stuck in the snow up in Connecticut, but he said, "If you get it, then okay," he gave me the keys. So I go back, and there was a lady, a girl, her name was Geza Gursky, and she was being funded. Her family had money, and so she had all the amenities, the tape recorders and the record player and all the goodies that nobody could afford. And I started talking to her about Krishna. And she got all enlivened. I said, "And we have to use all this stuff for Krishna." And I got a big blanket, we're putting the tape recorders and everything in the blanket to wrap it up and take it with us. Anyway, the other incident was that I had a friend who lived in that building where Prabhupada, in the front part of it, not in the back. There were front and the back. He lived in the front, Archie Dukeshire. And this car was stuck at his place. So Archie had a Volkswagen bus, and I said, "Archie, I want to pick up that car." And on the way, I'm preaching to Archie Dukeshire that he was a real jet setter. He was, selling marijuana to the Beatles and the Rolling Stones already. That was his thing. He was really a jet set guy, very energetic and charismatic guy. So anyway, we're going, and I'm preaching to him about Krishna. He said, yeah, I know, it's the ultimate thing, but I still have a few things to do. I said, "Archie, that's what Maya is, to think that you have other things to do. No, you got to forget about it and do this." And what he wanted to do is he wanted to open a bar down in Florida, right, where all these exotic people would come. And I'm trying to convince him, and he agrees that yes, it's the ultimate thing, and I'm going to do it, but I have to just do this one more thing. I said, "Archie, that's what Maya is." So when we get to his place there, car's covered in snow, totally. I said, "Archie, I'm going to show you that Krishna is so incredibly believable. I'm going to take off all my clothes and lay down in the snow and not be cold." Which I did. But he still wasn't convinced. Then I took, I don't know, 2 or 3 hits of LSD to show him that nothing's going to happen to me, because the only thing that happens to you when you take LSD is you see what's in your head to begin with. But I don't have anything in my head. I've got Krishna in my head. So, and I did take that LSD and nothing happened. So the next day, we're getting ready to go. So I said, "Now, Archie, you know that this car got stuck and wouldn't start when we left last time I was here. But because Krishna wants me to have this car, I'm going to shovel the snow off, and I'm going to get in, and it's going to start right up." And it did. Of course, now when I think back on it, I would never do anything like that. It's stupid. But it did. And so Archie wound up not becoming a devotee. So he actually did go to Florida and then he drowned. So I don't know what to say about that. But at any rate, and that car we used to go to Montreal. And in the last instance, they had a girl there. What was her name? Anyway, that was Jodorani. She had a Polish name. And she was... Judy, yeah. I can't remember the last... You remember the last name? Anyway, whatever. It was Jodorani. And they saw an opportunity to basically shunt her off on me because she was a girl and these guys were all brahmacharis and it was kind of awkward for them how to deal with her. But I didn't know that. And so they said, you know, we have this person, can you take her with you? I said, yeah, sure. So we're on the way and at one point I said, you know, I'm really hungry, we've got to get something to eat. She said, no, we can't go to a restaurant or just do. But I have some chapatis. She had a whole stack of chapatis. So we ate these chapatis all the way up, right? And we come to the border and she doesn't have a passport. I think, how can you not have a passport? What's wrong with you? I was actually one of the oldest. Kirtananda was older. Rupanuga was old, myself, and Satsrup. Everybody else was like, you know, 18, 20. So, and I'd done 4 years in the service. So I couldn't understand how someone could not have a passport. It was good. But anyway, in those days, I think they were very lenient. And we get to Avenue du Parc. I can't remember, 20. The exact address. But it was hard to find because it was just where you go, I think, underpass. So it was getting cold, getting dark. And finally we find it. And as we come in, Kirtanananda is the first person I see. And he's got this stubbly, you know, he hadn't shaved, had a few teeth missing in the front. Oh, he said, oh, just in time for Krishna Prasadam. He had this peculiar way of saying Krishna. I said, oh, well, what is that? He said, hot banana milk. And my mind flashed back to Germany. When I got sick, my mother would make me drink hot milk with Kümmel. I think fennel seeds or something. Kümmel.
Chamomile?
Kümmel, no. The word is this. They look like cumin seeds. Maybe they are cumin seeds.
Fennel seeds, the green ones?
No, they maybe. Anyway, and that hot milk always gets that skin on it, right? Which to me was, for some reason, it was something so I said, no, I don't, I can't drink that, I don't like milk. He said, it's Krishna Prasadam. So he made me drink the milk, right? I almost, and maybe this is offensive, but I almost threw up because it was just a childhood thing that, something I found unbearable to swallow. But anyway, I did. And so the other thing was, the first days there, he says he's going to teach Himavati to cook, Helena. I said, no, you got to teach me to cook. Because I had seen somebody make chapatis in New York. And I said, how did you do that? He said, well, it's Krishna's arrangement. I said, no, what's in the dough? It's just water and flour. I said, no, there's got to be something in the dough. He said, no, it's just water and flour, really. I said, why does it puff up? How do you do it? He said, it just does. It's Krishna's arrangement. So I wanted to learn how to cook. So when Kirtananda said, no, I'm going to teach Helena, I said, if you don't teach me to cook, I'm leaving. Of course, I wouldn't have left. But that kind of put him, you know, he said, okay. So I learned to cook from Kirtananda. You know, basic things. And the other thing was when those first months, we never had enough money because no one was doing Sankirtana. That hadn't happened yet. So Kirtanananda, he decided that we have to go get a job. Me, Pradyumna. Yeah, just me and Pradyumna. Pradyumna. He came there shortly after I came. And the first job we had was putting leaflets under people's doors. But there's areas in Montreal where you have to climb the stairs. There's like stairs on every, right?
Yes.
Oh man, that was brutal. The first day, 2 days, you know, all your muscles have cramped up, and the pay was next to nothing. But one funny thing was really funny. We were both shaped up, Pradyumna and myself. And Pradyumna was kind of tall, maybe tall like you. And to do this job, you go to like a place where, you know, people who are vagrants, they maybe work for a day or two, a shape-up job, right? So we come in there, and there's this one guy, he sees Pradyumna and me with the shaved head and the Sika, and he gets up to him face to face, and he wants to go around and really get a good look at that Sika. And Pradyumna keeps turning. Anyway, finally the guy sees it, he said, "That's a mighty fine haircut you got there, boy." So that was our first job, and then shortly after that he got us a job in the bakery. And Pradyumna flipped out at one point because he learned that the greasing the pans was done with, you know, lard, pig's fat, and he flipped out. So during that time, I kept asking Kirtan, I said, why don't we just go out and, you know, just go out and chant, and you know, we'll get money. He said, no, that's not how it works. I said, but if Krishna is everything, why doesn't it work that way? Come on. And I was accustomed to begging, because when I would play hooky, like I would ask some of my school friends, come on, let's go, we'll go to New York. No, I got to go to school. Or no, we don't have any money. I said, I'll get the money. Don't worry, come on, let's go. So I'd stand at the subway and just ask, you know, people that, I lost my lunch money, or I don't have enough money to get on the subway, I lost it. And within a short time we'd have, you know, a few dollars. In those days, a few dollars was a lot of money. And we'd go to carousing on the subway, go to Coney Island. So it's something that I knew how to do. And he kept, he said, no, that's not how it works. And I kept thinking, why doesn't it work that way? Anyway, shortly after I came to Montreal, which was at the end of March of '67, March, April, May, Prabhupada got a heart attack in end of May and beginning of June, I think it was. And he was called to attend, to take care, like be a secretary and servant of Prabhupada, who we still called the Swami. And so I was basically running the temple. Although Janardhan, he was officially the president, but he was a student in school in the McGill. I don't know if you ever met him. Probably never met him, no. But he was I think from Latvia. Latvia? One of those countries.
Oh, okay.
And he was very bright. He could memorize a Sanskrit verse, after a few times. And he had some very intimate talks with Prabhupada, philosophical talks. So Janardhan, he was officially. And Janardhan met Prabhupada at Mishra's ashram. I don't know if have you ever heard the story, how he met Prabhupada?
No.
Prabhupada was staying at Mishra's ashram, and Janardhan noticed that there was this old man sitting off to the side, and he was mumbling something. So of course he was chanting japa, right? And so Janardhan had a room there, and one day Prabhupada shows up at his door. and he says, "So you're interested in Bhagavad Gita?" And Janardhan says yes. He's kind of, startled. And Prabhupada says, "So, do you know the purpose of Bhagavad Gita?" And Janardhan,
Go ahead.
oh, okay. So he didn't know how to answer. So Prabhupada said, "Turn to such and such verse, 18th chapter, such and such. Sarvadharma paradharjamam." Read the English. Just surrender unto me, right? Just forget all this dharma and do what I say. And Janardhan said, as soon as I read that, all of a sudden I realized, what? I had never understood what Bhagavad Gita, what is the purpose? What is the aim? So that's how Janardhan became a devotee, and when he went back to Montreal, he rented this bowling alley. And so in end of March, April, we were engaged by Kirtanananda to rip up the lanes, where the gutters, where the ball rolls, to make it one smooth floor. And that was our function. And I was learning to cook. We go to the Warsaw market and buy all the seconds, which are a little damaged, are cheaper, and bring back for cooking. So I was under the impression in the beginning that Krishna consciousness was going to the Warsaw market, buy boga, come back, make prasadam, offer, then eat, then take a nap, and then whatever's left, you take it. That was Krishna consciousness, right? So in this way, anyway, so Kirtanananda left, and I was thinking all the time, not all the time, but shortly after I arrived there, I kept thinking, I gotta have my own center and do things the way I think. But I knew from my Navy days, I was the low man on the totem pole, so whatever, the leading person said, you do it, and no argument. So that was my attitude. And of course, me and Pradyumna became good friends, and he was immediately interested in Sanskrit. So sometimes he went to the university. One day he came back with a little book. He said, "Hansadutta, look at this book. I know we're not supposed to read other things, but this is just like what the Swami tells us. It's exactly the same thing. And that was that little book, Lord Chaitanya, his Persic, by Bhaktivedanta, who had sent it in the 18-something or other. I said, why not take it to the Swami and ask him? We can ask him. And of course, Prabhupada was, elated in this way. And then later, during that time, I was in Montreal. Jayapataka came there. Achyutananda came there. It was the jumping off place for draft dodgers. Achyutananda, he took us to the Indian store. And one of the items that we became absolutely addicted to were poppers. The other thing that happened in that period was, because I was married and Himavati needed some space, I came to know Levine, what was the name? Ishan.
Yeah.
Anyway, he later became Ishan, and his wife was Vibhavati, but they weren't initiated. They were running a kind of house with a lot of young people, musicians. They were musicians. And he was coming to the temple, very irregular, but he gave me a room in that house, which I didn't have to pay for. And it was very convenient because they had a room where they had a piano and people could sit around and read. And off to the side they had a kitchen. And as soon as I saw that, I said, here, I can, every day, if I sit here and play the drum and sing, and then also cook something, maybe I can make some devotees. and which is what I did. So from that place, Bhardraj became a devotee, Chandanacharya, Sripadi, many boys became devotees. And I told Ishan we should make a program where we advertise that your rooms, and then we try to make them devotees. But if it doesn't work within a month, then we evict them. We just use it as a place where we can recruit people, right? So that's kind of what that was.
And the temple was going on simultaneously?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was just around the corner, not far away, Henry Street, I think it was. And Prabhupada, when he came there, we got him an apartment, but not in that house, in some other place. But anyway, it was nearby the temple, and it was very effective. So Bhardraj became he became the leading artist. When we went to Boston at one point, and I could see that he was a very, very talented artist, and I wanted to introduce him to Prabhupada. So I took him to Prabhupada. I said, Swami, this boy, he's really a very great, talented artist. And Prabhupada said, oh, yes? They immediately gave him a picture of Lord Chaitanya, and he said, here, you do this and bring it back to me. So after Bhardraj was finished, which took him a day, I think, when Prabhupada saw it, his eyes lit up like silver dollars. Just, oh. Anyway, so he went on to become a very, very, how do you say, instrumental in illustrating Prabhupada's books. I don't know, you can ask me something if you want.
Yeah, you were mentioning that you wanted to start the chanting, but Kirtanansa said this is not how the way it's done. So how it began? That's one question.
Yeah.
And another question is, when did you meet Prabhupada for the first time?
I met him in Montreal for the first time.
Montreal.
I actually, after I read that little book, Easy Journey, I didn't even know that there was a person, an actual person, who was available. I just thought it was, whatever it said, it was so revolutionary, so illuminating, and so volcanic for me, my mind became completely inundated, and so I didn't think of the Swami. In fact, at the time, he was in San Francisco. He had gone there shortly before I joined. In fact, that same person, Bob Lefkowitz, Rabindranath Swarup, I met him the night he was getting ready to drive to San Francisco to be with the Swami. And I met him in a restaurant on 6th Street, I can't remember, it was like a macrobiotic restaurant. And he asked me to lend him some money or give him some money. And I said, what for? He said, I'm going to San Francisco and somebody stole one of our tires. Yeah, and so I need some money. I said, well, I don't really have any money, but I know how you can get some money. And by this time we were out on the street walking at night. He said, how? I said, you could sell some pot. He said, oh no, we can't do that. That's against our principles. But he was smoking a cigarette. I said, but you're smoking a cigarette. He said, oh, he threw it down, you're my guru, you saved me, and he stamped it out. Anyway, and I also had a feeling at that point already that I wanted to just walk away from everything and have a new life, right? And so I said, Pop, why don't you take me with you? He thought about it and he said, no, I can't do that. I said, my heart sank to my stomach. He said, the guy I'm going with, he wouldn't like it. That turned out to be Ray Rama. Anyway, that was one encounter that I had before I actually had this complete epiphany or awakening, whatever you want to call it. So, what was the other question? Oh, how did we get out on the street? Oh, yes, when I saw that Bhardraj was really a capable artist, I engaged him to make the cover for a reprint. It was actually done on stencil, what do you call it? Stencils, mimeograph, stencil work. One of the things that, was really keeping me fixed, I was so impressed, so transformed by reading this little book. I thought everybody we have to somehow find a way that everyone should read this book. I was so naive at the time. I actually believed that within 1 month, everybody in New York City is going to become Krishna conscious, because this is so absolutely revolutionary. And I thought maybe it would take a year for the rest of the world, but I really believed this. And so there was a point when I wanted to have more copies, but I didn't know how to get. I didn't know. I had no, because I was so adverse to books and schools, and I couldn't even really read and write properly. So the thing hit me that we could mimeograph it, and we need a cover. So Bhardraj made the cover, and I bought a stencil mimeograph machine, paper. And I can't remember how much I spent, but we printed, I think, 5,000 copies. And I sold half those copies to Rupanuga, and got all my money back. And then we go out on the street and sell them. I thought, wow, this is like a perpetual gold mine. This is like, you take the book, you print it, costs next to nothing, you distribute it, and people read it and they become devotees, then they distribute it, and you get money, and you get more books. So it was a real 100%, how do you say, conviction that this is the thing to do. And it had nothing to do with being a book distributor or anything like that. It just seemed like, hey, this is a perpetual, right, format for attracting new people and distributing to, and you get money. It's just unbelievable. So so that's kind of how that happened, and that stayed with me ever since.
And when was this?
It was in Montreal.
1967?
I came in 67, yeah.
Okay.
So exact date when we really, Prabhupada came back, he left in June, I think. Or, yeah, he left about June. Went to India to recuperate, well, we thought he was never going to come back. But he did, and Kirtananda went with him. And at Kirtananda, he also went to India, or he was already there at that time when Prabhupada went. So Prabhupada visited Montreal sometime in '68 and stayed on Henry Street. By that time, that building where...
Was it Henry Street or Prince Arthur?
See, now...
Because Henry Street is in New York.
Okay, then Prince Arthur. I'm
okay,
sorry,
okay.
Yeah, getting mixed up. Then one thing that happened when Prabhupada came the first time, I decided to line the stairway and the whole temple with little birthday candles. And so I had, each devotee had so many candles to do, and a certain space between each candle to make it look really nice. And I thought that this was a nice thing to do, and so I tried to coordinate it so that as soon as I saw that Prabhupada was coming, everyone would light a certain number of candles and they'd all be lit by the time we got there. But Prabhupada wasn't showing up. I said, gee, that's what to do. So I thought maybe I should go to Prince Arthur. So I go to Prince Arthur Street, and Prabhupada's not there either. So then I run back, and by this time, Prabhupada, I don't know how he did it, he had come, and he's sitting on the Vyasasan, and I come in the door. You know, that was a big place, that bowling alley. And he says, who has done this? And I thought, oh man, I did the wrong thing. So I, said, well, somebody said, Hansadutta has done it. And he said, very nice, he said. Something like, very nice. Krishna has given you intelligence. I thought, oh, okay. So that was a very nice thing. One day, Prabhupada tried to teach me to sing the prayers of Queen Kunti in his room on Prince Arthur Street. But, I was adult, so I couldn't. But Janardhan, he was quite, capable as a student. He very quickly, could learn everything. Krishna. During that time, I think there was a Janmastami, maybe, but some high Vaishnav holiday. And Prabhupada, in those first years, he liked to cook in the kitchen, make some special preparation for that particular event. So I remember being in the same kitchen with Prabhupada, little kitchen, and I realized that Prabhupada was actually very small. I mean, short. Like my father was very short. And I couldn't help but ask him, and I saw him how adept he was at doing everything and graceful. So I couldn't resist but ask. I said, Prabhupada, how do you know all how to do all these things, the cooking and things? He said, yes, you see, I was a very inquisitive child. So my auntie and my mother, they would cook, and I would say, what is this and what is that, like this. Anyway, on this event, so the format was when everything was open, the plate would be put to Prabhupada as a Vyasasan, right? And when he was finished, he would get off the Vyasasan and I would walk him across that long bowling alley space to the door. And so about halfway from the between the Vyasasan and the door, Prabhupada stops and turns to me. He said, your sweet balls are very good. And then I got a little, heady. He said, but mine were better. So all these very sweet things take place. Another incident, after a lecture and a question and answer period came, one man raised his hand. He said, Swamiji, would you sign my book? Because those Bhagavatams from India. Oh yes, so a man comes up to sign the book. Then another person raised their, would you sign my book too? Yes, sign the book. Then a third person. So when the fourth person, right, I said, oh, now I will have to charge. So.
How is it to be with Prabhupada at that time? The devotees, they knew that Prabhupada is from the spiritual world, or how?
No, we didn't know anything. We just loved Prabhupada. He just was irresistible.
Okay.
I mean, of course, there was some philosophy, but Prabhupada was so accessible and so practical in his response on every level that the kind of you know, of course, that also exists. Like when some great person is there, the people they have some awe and reverence, and that was also there for Prabhupada. But Prabhupada was always in a working mood. At least I remember. At some point, when after Prabhupada came back from India, I kept thinking, do I really understand what this Krishna consciousness is? It seems so simple that maybe I don't get it right. And I had this prayer that I wished that I could spend a week with Prabhupada in immediate proximity, just to make sure I got it right. I mean, it may sound silly, but that's really, I was like, it seemed just so simple, that how could it be so simple? And yet it was a wonderful thing. Anyway, and then there was no reason why Prabhupada would come, or should come to Montreal, because he was busy in New York or San Francisco. But then one day it was announced that the Swami is coming, because he had some official business with the embassy, visas and things like that. And of course I got to stay with Prabhupada in this small room that they got him, which was basically just a bed and a couch, and there was a little alcove where there was a stove and a sink. And I was so nervous. At the first night, I was so nervous. I slept under that sink.
Was this the first time you saw Prabhupada?
No, I had seen it.
Because you said you first time you saw him in Montreal.
No, I saw him when he got ready to leave New York for India.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him at that time. That's a story by itself. And I saw him when he came back, because we all came to receive him.
In New York?
But there was no, in
Okay.
New York. But there was no exchange or anything. It was just that I was part of that crowd of devotees, which was very ecstatic, and that's also a story. But anyway, so when he came to Montreal, that may be the first time that the first time is when we picked him up at the airport in Janardan's car, which was kind of a jalopy. So I'm in the back seat and I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to hear the Swami say something very profound and spiritual. So Prabhupada said, what kind of car is this? He asked him. And I can't remember the reply, and I don't even know what kind of car it was. So Prabhupada starts to tell this story about the man who could recognize any car just by hearing the sound. He'd say, oh, that's a Ford, or that's a Buick, that's a... And so his friend said, well, we want to test you to see if you really can. So they blindfolded him. And I'm listening to this story, I'm wondering, how is this spiritual? What is this spiritual talking about? So they blindfold him in, and okay, one car after another they pass by, and he says, oh, that's a Buick, and so forth and so on. Then finally they decide to tie all those tin cans to the donkey's tail and whip him and have him pass by, as if it were a car. So the man says, oh, that's a Ford. And Prabhupada just begins to belly laugh. And of course, because I was expecting something else, I didn't see how that was funny, or why Prabhupada is telling this story. So that my point is that Prabhupada was not stereotyped. He was not. He didn't feel obliged that he had to say something profound and mysterious, or particularly stereotypically spiritual. Anyway, that was my first real close encounter. So anyway, I'm sleeping under the sink and this little stove, but I'm so nervous I can't sleep. And at some point, maybe 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning, I hear some sound, and Prabhupada starts chanting. But he doesn't turn on the light. So I'm wondering, what should I do? So I thought, well, I should just, make like I'm sleeping. I don't say anything, don't make a sound. Next day, the same thing happens. I can't sleep. I'm nervous. So this time when Prabhupada in the, early morning, 2 in the morning, whatever it was, starts to chant, I think, I better make some sound, or, that I'm awake. So when I do, then the light goes on, and Prabhupada says, oh, you're awake. And by this time, Prabhupada's sitting on a couch like this. By this time, I'm sitting right, looking up, and I say, oh, Swamiji, I'm so nervous. I just couldn't, I didn't sleep last night. I couldn't sleep tonight. Then Prabhupada leans down and he said, good. He said, actually, I don't like to sleep. I think sleeping is a waste of time. And I don't like my disciples to sleep. Then he says, actually, our aim is to make sleeping nil, eating nil, defending nil. He says, we don't say that, but that is our aim. So that's my first, exchange.
When you say you were nervous, why were you nervous?
Why was I nervous? Because I had no immediate, service to Prabhupada, in the sense that he'd tell me, look, I want you to do this or do that. Maybe that's why. But I found very quickly, like when Kirtananda was still there, he would do something, or something would happen, he would write a letter to the Swami, and the Swami would write back. And because I felt like, hey, we should go out, Kirtananda, come on, we should go out on the street, why are we going to work? This is not good. So I felt like, in the military, you always know who's the ultimate end-all and be-all. And oftentimes you find yourself caught with someone who, like, you'd rather not have him tell you what to do, because he doesn't seem to really know what to do, or he has it in for you, or whatever. So I thought immediately, I have to do something. This was after Kirtananda left, and while he was still there, I have to do something so I can write a letter to the Swami. And then he'll write back, and then I'll do something else, and then I can write again. So that's kind of, what was it that I did? I think it was, we collected a certain amount of money or something. It was something to write about.
Yes.
And so from that point on, I was always directly, if not physically, by letter, connected with the Swami Prabhupada. I don't know when we started calling, or devotees started calling the Swami Prabhupada, but my wife Himavati at the time, she didn't like that word, and she just thought, I'm not just going to call him the Swami like I always have. But because everyone was getting on her case, she then said, Swamiji, everyone says I have to call you Prabhupada, but I want to call you Swamiji, is that okay? He said, yeah, he laughed, he said, okay. So that's how she was. She was very casual in her relation. I was a lot more, like a soldier and a superior, yes sir, no sir, whatever you say, sir. Even if Prabhupada asked me something, I always first, before answering, I would say, Prabhupada, do you really want me to tell you what I think? He said yes, and then I felt free. But I was not in the habit of just bantering back and forth with Prabhupada. Tamal was, some devotees were. Himavati was so,
Spontaneous?
Spontaneous and not artificial. It was just spontaneous. Maybe it's because she was a posthumous child, and so Prabhupada was sort of like her father. I remember when Prabhupada left Montreal, And Himavati just followed him right behind. Wherever the other devotees, at some point they stopped. They knew that, oh, this is immigration. You can't go past this point. She just kept going. So then Prabhupada realized that she was right behind him. He turned around and, patted her and stroked her on the head. And that, that was just... One time in London, I came into Prabhupada's room. He had a big room. I don't know if you've ever been to London. Huge room, beautiful cut glass, leaded glass window behind him that looked out to the lawn. He had a table there and a futon. So I come, for some reason I had to come see Prabhupada. I come and it's a big room. It's almost as big as that bowling alley, maybe not quite, but big. And then covered with white sheets and bolsters all around. I come in and Himavati's sitting behind the table with Prabhupada on that futon, and she has his hand in her hand, and she's reading his poem. And Prabhupada said, what about this line? What is this? Oh, Prabhupada, your headline, it's so long, you're very intelligent. So that was how, And when he came somewhere where we were, she would cook. So this, at one instance, Shruti Kirti was the servant. So he says to him, he said, don't cook very much, because Prabhupada hasn't been eating. He's not well. So, but Himavati, she just cooks the whole thing. And she was a very good cook. She was better than me. She comes in and she puts everything on Prabhupada's desk and goes. And after a certain time she comes back. And Prabhupada has eaten just about everything. And she says, but Prabhupada, everybody said that you were sick and you were not eating and I shouldn't cook. He says, no, they don't know how to cook. So that was, and she was engaged in making clothing for Prabhupada's little deities that he carried wherever he went. When he came to Montreal, Himavati, I made some Jagannath deities, about this large, maybe this high, and she made clothes, little turbans and everything. So, and they set these deities next to where Prabhupada was sitting at the time, And so at some point Prabhupada looks over and he picks up one of the deities and he starts to examine the stitching. Really like looking at it, like, wow. And he said, who has done this? And someone says, well, Himavati. He said, oh, you can become self-realized just by sewing. Then she says, but Swamiji, I need a new sewing machine, but Hansadutta won't buy me one. Oh, Prabhupada says, oh, how is that? She says, well, he says it's too expensive because I want the best sewing machine. I want, in those days, Pfaff, at least by her, was considered to be the best, and it probably was. She said, I want that machine. I don't want another machine. I want the best. Prabhupada, yes, you should have the best because the stitching is first class. So he turns to me, he said, you buy her a sewing machine. So I just spent $300 for a new sewing machine. So that's, Prabhupada. And another point, it was in New York. We had come to New York from Montreal. She made Prabhupada a Western cut cowboy shirt, and with snaps. This one only has one snap, but they had 3 snaps. And snaps like this, out of silk, and saffron, of course. So we had come to Prabhupada's little room upstairs in the apartment, and she said, Swamiji, I made you this shirt. This is a cowboy shirt. He said, oh. He immediately took off his
kurta?
His kurta, yeah, his shirt, and put it on, and he was fascinated with the snaps. Like a little boy, he was snapping and admiring. So Himavati was looking at him, and she says, "Oh, Swamiji, you look like a cowboy," thinking an American cowboy with with a cowboy shirt. "Oh, Swamiji, you look like a cowboy," and he says, "But I am a cowboy." I don't know what that means. I'm not inferring that I have some special insight, but Prabhupada reciprocated, right? And as I said, with Himavati, it was just as flowing and natural. And during that time, we had come to New York so Himavati could give birth to her baby. And it turned out to be stillborn. So the next day, when she came out of the hospital, Prabhupada announced that he's going to install the Jagannath deities in the New York temple. They were big, they were like this tall maybe. And he turned to Himavati and he said, "Can you make clothes for this installation?" And she said, "But Swamiji, I just came out of the hospital. I just had a stillborn birth." He said, "Oh, is it very difficult?" They said, "No, it's okay. I'll do it." And I don't know about other devotees, but in those days, Jagannath was just Jagannath. There were no clothes, nothing, just standing on the altar. And the routine was, you cook the prasadam, bring out the pots, bow down, and say Namo Vishnu Padaya 3 times, like that, and Namaste Saraswati Devi and Sri Chaitanya. Then you dish out and eat. That was it. It was very simple.
You would wait until Jagannath eats?
No.
Okay.
Really. And then, so we had an apartment on 6th Street, which was a few blocks from 2nd Street and 1 avenue over. So those deities were brought to our apartment on the 4th or 5th floor. And in the evening I went to sleep, she stayed up all night. When I got up the next morning, they had the turbans, they had the whole thing. I was like, how did she know? Because Prabhupada didn't tell, how to do it. How did she know? Anyway, there was, so they were installed there. What was the other thing? Oh yeah. And I went on to make little deities about this big. And some that were this big. And the devotees would wear them around the neck. You might have seen a picture here. Yeah. And I made a set for Prabhupada of the 3 deities, Subhadra, Balaram, and he was wearing them. And I still have them. Oh. But at one point, when we began, Himavati said to us, "Swamiji, is there some special prayer for Lord Jagannath?" And he said, "Yes, Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami Bhavatami." She said, "Oh, could you write it in Sanskrit and in English so I can inscribe it on the back of these deities?" So that's how that came out.
What was your interaction with Himavati? Because you said in the beginning that in New York they didn't like the householders because it was the brahmachari oriented, and then you went to Montreal. How was the situation?
How did we do that? At first we lived in the temple and we just had some curtains partitioning that, so that Jadharani and female devotees. But at some point we got we got that room because of Ishan, and we also had another place. Maybe it was just before that, which was one room, and it had a big glass picture window, but it was on the 2nd floor. So she made curtains. And I had a very unusual dream there. Himavati made like a double sleeping bag, so we could, she was a very, very good seamstress. So one night I have this dream that Prabhupada knocks on the door, and okay, come in. He says, "I'm very tired. I want to take rest." Oh, okay. So we, Himavati gets up. He said, no, you sleep there, and Hansadutta sleep there. I sleep in the middle. Oh no, we can't do that. This is a dream, of course. He said, no, you lie down and I will sleep in the middle. So we do this. And in the dream we have like a nap, then Prabhupada wakes up and he said, I'd like to go for a ride. I still had that car. I think, okay. So in the dream, we get in the car and I'm driving along. I think I have to be careful to drive not so fast. Prabhupada said, drive a little faster. Okay, I drive a little faster. He keeps saying, faster, still faster, more faster. And at some point, we're really like racing down the road and Prabhupada is laughing. So that was a dream, what can I say? What was that other thing?
Maybe you can say a little bit about Himavati. How did you meet Himavati?
Oh.
In the beginning.
Oh, well, I met her before I became a devotee.
Yeah.
And I was living in Hoboken alone. And I never wanted to get married. In fact, my mother used to ask me, don't you want to get married, have a nice... I said, no, I don't want to. Anyway, I wound up in Hoboken as going through the artist thing in this building. In fact, it was right across the street where they made a famous movie on the waterfront with Marlon Brando. And there was a scene there, a chicken coop scene, that was still there. You could see it just maybe 20 feet away. Anyway, a friend of mine, Paul Rizzuto, he was Italian, a very good painter, actually very good. Painted like a Rembrandt style painting. He invited me for lunch at his apartment in New York on the Lower East Side, and he was married. His wife's name was Susan. So when I was there, I was seeing how she was doing everything clean, kept everything orderly. I thought that's pretty good. Maybe I should have a wife. So I got it in my head that it's a good thing. I'm all alone. When I have to eat something, it's kind of. I thought, I'm going to get a wife. So I didn't know anyone. But the one friend we had, artists always go to parties in carouse in New York. So I had spent a couple hours talking to this girl, and that was Himavati. So I asked my friend, do you remember I was talking to that girl? And do you have a phone number for her? Do you know her, where she is? He said, here's a number. So I called her up. I said, remember? Yes, I remember. Well, why don't we meet at the Metropolitan Museum of Art? So, okay. So we meet, and then we, do what artists do, look at paintings, and then I take her to Hoboken, which is across the river, and we go to a restaurant to eat, some Italian restaurant. And I'm sitting across from her, and I said, me and you, we're going to get married. She said, what are you, crazy? You don't know me. I said, no, I know that we're going to be married. There's no doubt about it. And then I took her home. And it wasn't long thereafter that we married. She lived in the Bronx, and so it was a great ordeal to take her home. You're supposed to take her home. So I kept telling her, why don't we just get married? This is very troublesome. She said she was a scholarship student, art student at Pratt University. She said, oh no, I can't do that. Her mother hardly spoke English. She is, they escaped from the Ukraine. And she had a sister, Stephanie. Anyway, they didn't like me at all. And I never actually, I only met them once or twice. I made a point of avoiding. So at one point, I told her, I said, look, this is really too much to do, to go up to the Bronx and come back. I said, if you don't marry me, I will just never see you again, that's all. So we got married. And then it didn't take long before we joined Prabhupada. I can't remember the dates right now, but it didn't take long. And anyway, that's how I came.
How was the householder situation as opposed to the
Well-
brahmacharis
well,
at that time?
You know, I understood right away that, I mean, although I was married, right, that our business is to serve Prabhupada, to work for Prabhupada, to do what had to be done for Prabhupada. And there should be, because in those days, only householders who had some capacity to manage and control their situation could live in the temple. So almost never lived together in the same room with Himavati. She always had a place, a room. I had a place. And our marriage was, Prabhupada was in the middle. Maybe that's the meaning of that dream. I never thought of that. Yeah, our engagement was, or our relationship was Prabhupada centered. It was just, we were Prabhupada. I asked her years later, a few years ago, she called me up after I hadn't heard from her 20 years. She called me up and she had a car, she needed money. And I thought, well, I owe her that much. Okay. So I went to LA to pick up this car. And I asked her, why did you, you know, why did you marry me and go with the whole Krishna thing? She said, well, it was so exciting and it was such a great adventure and you were so confident that I just couldn't resist. So it was like that. It was, you know, but she's a Krishna Prabhupada devotee, you know. She doesn't go to the temple. She doesn't want to be bothered with all that stuff. And she could speak in public. When we first went to India, I remember one function in Calcutta. It was huge. 20,000, 30,000 people, I don't know. It's huge. So we were there, and all the sannyasis were sitting, you know, with their dandas, and when it came time to speak, that Prabhupada had her, you know, she was the main speaker, and all the sannyasis were like, what's going on? So she could articulate. She was not a singer. Sort of, I think Jamuna and her were like the first ladies of ISKCON. And you had people like Malati, Kasalya. They were also, but I think Jamuna and Himavati were the leading ladies, so to speak. Yeah. Jamuna was that she could sing very well. Beautiful singer. Himavati didn't sing. I mean, she, you know, sang along, but she never tried to take a leading singing.
From the letters, Prabhupada very much praises Himavati's deity worship.
Yeah, she was adept, as I said, at sewing, and she took care for the deities. I can't say that I was much of a deity worshiper or even a temple. You know, if I could get a dozen guys, round up a dozen.
So, I don't want you to cut in, but, so the check-in time is it says basically any time after 3 o'clock, so
Okay.
I guess it doesn't really matter, unless you wanted me to call them just to make sure.
They might close it, right, in the evening.
I don't think so.
Check in for what?
It says any time after 3 o'clock for his hotel.
Oh, I see, okay.
I could just call him and tell him what time should I say, like 7 or something?
Yeah, just inquire in general when they close it, so I know what's the limitation.
Where are you staying?
At the garden across from the temple.
Oh, that. What do they charge?
It's like, what was it, 60 a night or something like that.
Wow.
That's it.
Hare Krishna.
So, if we can just go back to the 68, 69 period.
Okay, what were we talking about? Himavati and that sewing machine? Oh.
I don't remember myself. I think that was pretty much closed.
Okay.
So, I would like to ask more about the atmosphere, devotees, how it was going on. Like, what was the program? What would you do how would you associate anything like that? And another question connected to that is kind of like what we just talked about, but maybe you can elaborate a little bit more. How did you make so many devotees? How come so many devotees joined? Was it just the effect of the hippie era, that people were already inclined to a different lifestyle, or what was the secret?
The secret was that the devotees who first came into Prabhupada's orbit, first of all, like I said, Prabhupada was very personal. He was cooking, they were eating. And he would give them some task, type this, or, make this into a magazine, or he would suggest certain things, like he started a little pamphlet, Who is Crazy? So how did he come to that? Because he said people say we're crazy. So he wrote a book, a little pamphlet. So who is crazy? Elaborating on this, because this was a popular perspective. These people are crazy. They're a bunch of crazy people. What are they saying? We're not the body. They got a shaved head and devotees. What is this? They're crazy. So it was very fluid, spontaneous. It was not dry, rigid, institutional. The institutional thing is like it takes its shape from the substance. It's not something you think about. How to, write some legal document. Of course, Prabhupada wrote a few legal documents, but they were so simple. The VVT and whatever. But the main thrust was to meet, to confront, to meet, to respond to the public's what? They what? They shave their head. They don't eat meat. They sleep on the floor. What is this? It's just responding in whatever way the moment demands. Who's Crazy is a good example. Or Krishna, the Reservoir of Pleasure. Very simple. Or once he asked me in London, Prabhupada received a letter from an inmate in the prison who wrote that he's been practicing yoga and so forth and so on, but he doesn't seem to be making any progress. So Prabhupada gave the letter to me. He said, write him a letter on chanting, about chanting, on chanting. That became the on chanting pamphlet. I don't know if it's still the same, text, probably not. That became on chanting. In Sri Lanka, when that Dr. Kabur, he was a local guy, and he published every week some article demeaning and criticizing people who were posing as spiritualists, whether they're Buddhists or Hindus. That was his thing. His whole thing was that. So I saw that newspaper, and Mahakarta, who is a Sri Lankan, he said, you can respond to this. I know the editor or the owner of this newspaper, and if you write something, he'll publish it. I said, really? And I got so excited. Sometimes I would stay up all night and all day and all night trying to, using my drawing on everything Prabhupada had said about this type of confrontation or preaching, and it was published. And then the man wrote, and then it went back and forth, and I came to the idea that I could rent this hall and offer, I don't know, was it 1 million or 100,000 rupees. If you come, you bring your chemicals, everything, you make something like a mosquito. And it became a sensation. Because people were following this guy. Even the devotees, one devotee said, but Hansadutta, but we don't have any money. How can what? I said, you dumb idiot. So anyway, that was not something planned. It was an how do you say, spontaneous, organic outcome that I never thought it would come. And Prabhupada was absolutely, it was towards the end of his stay with us, and he was following that very carefully. He was very excited about it. Tamal wrote me some letters that every day Prabhupada said, what happened? How's it doing in that Sri Lanka? And he would show this exchange to, especially those that were scientists or business people, said, oh, read this or read this to him, what our disciple has said. So these were not planned, schemed things. They were outcomes of conviction in Prabhupada. We felt we could confront and say and represent Prabhupada, that if we stick to what Prabhupada told us, nobody can touch us. And that's kind of how the early days went. That you could send someone without money, without anything, somewhere, and he could, how do you say, it would evolve. He was the seed, like I said, the redwood tree. He was the seed because he went on that conviction, that allegiance, that loyalty, and complete surrender to Prabhupada. These were young guys, right? Young kids, mostly. And it wasn't a question of making money. They had decided that this is for me. They were not embarrassed to be shaved or have the dhoti, and in fact they loved it because one of the things of the 60s is to be far out. Well, how much further out can you go than a devotee? Doesn't eat meat, fish, eggs, doesn't take intoxication, shaving his head, sleeps on the floor. Nothing. And so Prabhupada wound up on the front page, I think, of Life magazine or some magazine. And others would come. And the East Village Other, I remember that very famous picture. I have a copy of it, a real copy of that. And the other thing is that most people don't know. The first album, have you seen it? It's got like a blue tinted picture on the back. And I believe probably that picture of Prabhupada under the tree also. And I have a few signed pictures by that photographer because I met a friend that knew him. His name is Jim Marshall. He's the most famous photographer that did all the big rock and roll bands, their covers, So he took that picture of Prabhupada. If you look at it carefully, you see Jim Marshall. He's dead now. He died about a year ago, I think. But so how did they do that? That's how they did it. Sort of like Clint Eastwood coming to town, just shooting the bad guys from the hip. Sometimes Prabhupada was amused at how things took shape. At that there was one program at what is that university? Columbus, Ohio University, and Allen Ginsberg was there visiting Prabhupada, and Prabhupada was fixed to speak, and devotees and so forth and so on. And it was packed out. I wasn't there personally, but I heard the tape. But before they went on, Ginsberg asked Prabhupada, what are we going to sing? Govinda Jaya Jaya or no, Prabhupada said, no, I think Hare Krishna is good. And so at one point Prabhupada said, then you should lead the kirtan, because you are not an ordinary person, you are, people like you, you're a leader. Oh, he said, no, I think you should do that. And Prabhupada said, no, you should lead that. So, is that far out? Is that spontaneous? I don't think Ginsberg did lead. Maybe he did. I can't remember.
They got him on video. You can find it on YouTube. He has chanting Hare Krishna.
No, but that particular program.
That was a different one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, Ginsberg would come and the one time he came in New York, I was there. He came, so Prabhupada, he sat right next to Prabhupada, right? Like you're sitting on the floor, and he would sit right next to him and touch his knee, and Prabhupada would laugh, Anyway, so he says, Prabhupada says, how is it, where have you been? I haven't seen you for so long. He said, oh, I was in India. And you know that tape?
Yes.
Okay. So he explains how he got, he said, oh, I went to the Puri temple, and
Yeah.
how did you get in? And then Prabhupada laughed, because Ginsberg said, whenever someone approached me, I would bow down, and then Prabhupada began to laugh. He said, just see the power of humility. So you follow, it was a really spiritual phenomena. It's like achintya. It's inexplicable. It just was unfolding in a way that no one could write it down before or script it or
Plan out.
huh?
No one could plan it out.
No, it can't plan out. No. It's like when a man and a woman have have a sexual intercourse. A child comes out 9 months later. How is that? Whether you plan or don't plan, it comes. And going to be boy or girl. At the moment, no one knows. And be smart or stupid, nice looking, we don't know. We don't know what is the course of this particular birth's, what course is it going to take? What course is it going to take? Did the mother of Adolf Hitler, did she know? Did she have any idea? This little rascal is going to be like this? Huh? So spiritual means that. Because without spirit, no body can come into this world. There's no birth without that. And when there is birth, no one knows, except that, oh, you have to feed, you have to get some clothing. But what exactly that child will exhibit or manifest, no one knows. So Prabhupada, did Prabhupada know? Now the question would be, did Prabhupada know? No, he didn't know. He is, how do you say? The Christians have the saying, allow oneself to be led by the Lord. Of course that includes his representative, Bhaktivedanta Prabhupada. He suggested you should go to the West and preach what you learned from me in English. And Prabhupada's wondering, when he came, how am I going to, these people, how will I do that? He told me he used to wander around Times Square. Couldn't sleep at night, wonder. Then every other week he'd go to the docks, and they'd say, no, you should stay, spend another month, but don't worry. So how did he, but he know, what does he know? That this is my aim, to bring this into their language, English language. He didn't know, but he knows Krishna. What is it saying? I protect what they have. I provide what they need.
I protect what they have and I give them what they need.
Right. And for one who sees me everywhere, sees everything in me, I am never lost to him, and he is never lost to me. So Prabhupada's, how do you say, his working format is just to keep always to see everything in Krishna. One who sees me everywhere, sees everything in me, I am never lost to him. He is never lost to me. So he's keeping that focus. Just like sailors on the high sea, whether Chinese or Russian, Germans, Americans, they all have one thing in common, even if they're enemies. What is that common thing? They must fix their bearing on the North Star, the constant. And then only they can determine where they are at any given time on the high sea. So Prabhupada, how did he do that? His constant is always think of me, become my devotee, bow down to me, give your love to me, surely you'll come to me. His business is simply to see, remember, and resign or surrender to Krishna. And how it unfolds, the devotee himself is just like you preach, right? So sometimes when you come in touch with someone who's receptive, things come from you that even you are amazed,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Oh yes.
You think, wow, and you get enlivened. So that coming, that flowing is Krishna. Now Prabhupada gives an example. When there's a dry match and a dry striker, and you rub it, fire comes. So when there's an enthusiastic speaker and a receptive, then Krishna appears. And then both parties they derive great bliss and satisfaction, enlightening one another about me. So in the material world, this is Maya. The Maya is, I will plan this and do this and enjoy and be honored. And things don't work that way. The way they work is when there is someone who is committed to Krishna, Prabhupada, and another who is receiving that more and more. What about this? What about that? Then Krishna appears and things happen that are unbelievable. Like George Harrison, he bought that manor, right? And so many things. But we always want to,
Find a formula.
we want to get the point and measure. That's Sankhya. How much? How did it weigh? How long? We have this idea that we can capture the thing and modify it, customize it to suit our purpose, but we can't. No more than, you ever see a cat jumping, trying to catch the shadow of a ball? Mm-hmm. So the external energy is the shadow of the soul, or of Krishna. That Krishna is there everywhere. In everything there is Krishna. There's no thing that is outside of Krishna. Krishna says it. And we can't accept that. We think, how is that possible, to be always everywhere? And by being engaged in devotional life and preaching, Krishna reveals how it is.
Okay.
Is that all right?
That's a perfect answer. Okay. I have a letter here.
Yeah.
If we can just maybe,
Yeah,
just,
sure.
for variety's sake. This is from Prabhupada, 23rd of March 1969. Prabhupada says, yes, it is very good if you can chant 64 rounds. This is very nice if you can do it. But first of all, we should not be disturbed by any circumstances. If you do become disturbed, then this means you are still deficient in reaching the point. In Bhagavad Gita it is said that when Krishna is within our view, at that time one is not disturbed even in the midst of greatest calamity. Anyway, even if we are disturbed, then the only resort is to chant and concentrate one's mind in Krishna. Mm-hmm. There is no other alternative. Chanting and dancing make one relieved of all material burdens.
Okay, the reason that I remember this, yeah. I was so enthusiastic and fired up and energetic that I wound up doing everything. Like I would go shopping at the Warsaw Market. I would cook. I think 40, 50 chapatis every time. I loved to cook. I had a kind of contest in myself to make every one of them puff up. But anyway, then over, then sing and explain. And basically, and at one point I was getting overwhelmed because it seemed like everyone was just kind of not doing anything, mm-hmm. or not helping, right? Mm. So it came to a breaking point where I decided, I'm just going to chant, I'm just going to walk and wonder as wintertime. What was it, letter, March?
March, yeah.
Yeah. So this was in response to what I did. I decided I'm just going to walk straight ahead. You know, and I had no idea because I didn't know anything about Montreal. We just basically located to that temple at the base of Mount Royal.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to walk in a straight line and chant Hare Krishna until Krishna tells me what to do, because I didn't know how to right deal with the situation. It was overwhelming me, and I came to some kind of a cathedral. And to this day, I don't know where or what it was. And they had like a room full of prosthetics, you know, arms and legs and people. And I was just chanting and chanting and chanting. And then in that, for some reason, I became very pacified there. And I decided in my mind, hey, if Krishna is everything, and chanting the holy name is all we have, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do anything except that. So I made my way back through the snow. And I would just sit and chant. I didn't talk to anybody, didn't say anything. Just kept chanting and chanting and chanting. This went on for days. And then gradually I started to see that all the things that I was doing, shopping, cooking, and so forth, that it was taken in hand by one after the other by different devotees. And one day, following this resolve to chant only, I realized that my business isn't to do something. My business is to let other people and encourage them to do. And the reason no one was doing anything, because they were terrified that if they did, I would get on their case, because they just didn't do it good enough to suit me. And in this way, for some days, this epiphany was going through my heart and mind, and more I became pacified. And in that period I wrote Prabhupada a letter about chanting 64 rounds. But of course Prabhupada knew that it's not possible for me to chant 64 rounds very long. But anyway, it went on for I don't know how long, a couple of weeks. And then that settled me. I realized my business is just to see and encourage people to do what they can and want to do. They want someone to confirm what they want to do. I've seen people come to Prabhupada and said, oh, Prabhupada, you know, what should I do for Krishna? And Prabhupada would respond, what do you want to do? So it's not a question that we have to do something artificially, that things that we can do naturally. But someone has to confirm it. And I had that realization that that's my business, is to confirm, to see, so that people can engage themselves naturally and practically. That's how that letter came
down. I saw a picture when John Lennon and Yoko,
Yeah.
they were in the Montreal doing the song all
Give Peace a Chance.
Give Peace a Chance.
Yeah,
so,
I was
so
there.
you were there.
Yeah.
So maybe you can share something.
Yeah, that happened. I can't remember what year that was. I always think
69,
it was.
I think.
You think so? See, but I'm not sure. But anyway, it was 68 or 69. So Chitsukananda was a devotee I brought from. He became a devotee in Montreal, and he was very energetic and always upbeat. He was that kind of guy. He was Cuban, but he spoke English very well. So when Lennon came to that hotel, which I can't remember the name.
Queen Elizabeth.
Okay, Queen Elizabeth Hotel. I said to Chitsukananda, why don't you go up there? Why don't you go up there and tell him we want to go and see him? We want to come up and see him. So he said how to do it. The whole world wants to see him, you know. I said, just go, depend on Krishna, just go. What can they do? Nothing. Just go. So he said, okay, kind of reluctantly. Within a half hour, he calls back up. He said, yeah. He said, yeah, come on up, bring them all up here. So we went, and we brought kartals and drums and everything. And I wound up going every day and sit with him for some time, maybe an hour, 2 hours, sometimes more. And the last day, towards evening time, he called up. He said, come on up, bring all the guys and bring Krishna in. I think we had a Kartambashan deity. Okay, so I said, well, what's going on? Because generally at night we didn't go. He said, just bring the guys, come on up. So we come up, and the whole place is lined with recording equipment. And all kinds of people are there. One of them was the Smothers Brothers, and Timothy Leary. And we brought prasadam. So I took Lennon aside. I said, what's going on? He said, we're going to make a record. And he said, we want you to chant in the background, right? I said, no, we can't do that. He looked at me, he said, it's not pure, is it? I said, no. I said, you make one side, we'll make the other side. He said, oh, I can't do that. I said, why not? He said, oh, it's a business thing. I said, okay, so we'll make a record and you make a record. He said, I can't do that either. I said, well, what can you do? So anyway, that was that. So they made this record give peace a chance, And of course, devotees are maybe very critical that, oh, you should have been on the record, that. But I was such a new person, I thought, no, we can't mix up this thing here. And so, but everything in the end turned out all right. I'll tell you why. The last day he was there, I was in the room with him, and so I knew he was going to leave, and I was hoping to get a donation from him, right? So I said, look, John, you're a nice-looking guy, you're intelligent, you're famous, you're talented, and you're very wealthy. So these things are all gifts of Krishna. So Krishna given you so much, now you give something to Krishna, give some donation. So he kind of started to hem and haw, well, when we get to London, and I said, no, don't give me that crap about getting to London, give the donation now. Then Yoko comes in, and she goes, into a tirade. She was kind of, cursing and like, so I kind of backed off. Then she went out again. So I said, come on. And so at one point he says, look here, why don't you take my guitar? I said, I'm a devotee, I don't have time to sell guitars. And then Yoko comes in again and goes into it. Then I thought, well, just leave it be, right? So, now what happened next, I didn't learn until 1991 when I met Dhananjaya in Vrindavan. He said, everybody thinks Shamsundar got that manner from George because of him. He said, but actually it was not. It was because of you. I said, what are you talking about? He said, well, when you were in Montreal and you were talking to Lennon and you had that exchange, well, after his program was over, he met George and they went boating for, I don't know, a week or so, and they had Prabhupada's new record, which they played from morning till night. And he related his exchange with you. And it was that so impressed, how do you say, George, that it brought him to that point that he bought the manna for Prabhupada. So I said, I never knew that. That's amazing. He said, yeah. He said, so my point is that when I tell the story about the guitar and I say, oh, you know, everybody says, well, you know, it was worth millions of dollars, and so it probably would. And I always felt kind of like, well, maybe I did the wrong thing. So when Dhananjaya explained that to me, I felt, no, I did the right thing. I did the right thing. It came out like that. Although I didn't know it, I did the right thing.
Do you know specifically what impressed George?
I think it was that, just like I'm talking with you, right? We're just talking.
Yeah.
I'm not like, and you're not like that either. And I think people like John Lennon, who are very famous, and they're always surrounded by people who are artificially
Sucking.
sucking or sycophants, I think they call it, and want to get something and flattering them. And that didn't come from me. I was like, you know, come on, get real. What do you mean, Lennon? Give the money now. So I think that's what I think. I think that impressed George. I think it impressed Lennon too. Because, you know, I was a little famous myself, right? Little. But I know how it is to be famous. It's a real drag. It's kind of exciting at first. But after a while you're like, oh my God, give me a break, you know. And because you see, you want to be in a normal, how do you say, open exchange with whoever, but you can't, because people are addicted to this profiling and flattering and so forth and so on.
So you cut off. You basically cut off.
Yeah, you become isolated. You can't have normal
Relationship.
exchange.
Yeah.
Now you see, Srila Prabhupada being seamlessly, uninterruptedly in touch with Krishna, he can't be flattered. He can't be swayed. He doesn't even get aggravated. Because he's on another platform. He's in constant rapport with Krishna. And you never know what he's going to say or do. He could answer the same question. You know, I remember we were at Temple University, somebody asked him, have you seen God? And Prabhupada, this huge grin came over his face, and he said, what do you think? And at other times I saw him say in a darshan, oh, so you have seen God in your Pandita Samadarshana? Well, I said, no, I'm not Pandita Samadarshana. I'm just repeating what I heard from my spiritual master. But you must be Pandita Samadarshana because you're a guru. He said, no, I don't know anything. I just repeat what I said. That's all I know. Oh, then the guy says, this was in India, in Indore, I think. He says, oh, then why are we listening to you? Something like that. Prabhupada said, you don't have to listen, you can go. So, you know, Prabhupada had this constant, fresh response to everything and everybody. In Surat, in the first wave that we went there, we're staying at the biggest jari maker. Jari means the gold threads, right? Bhagubhai Jariwala. So in the evening, Prabhupada would have darshan. So one evening, and of course they're all Indians. So one person, he said, well, Ramakrishna says that he was Krishna and he was Rama. What do you think? And Prabhupada said, I don't know, maybe. And he picks up his Bhagavad Gita and he raises it. He said, but I know that this is Krishna for sure. So why should I take a chance? I thought, you know, when this man said that Prabhupada would leap over, you know, but he didn't. He said, No, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. But I know this is Krishna for sure. And so, and then they gave a little analogy when you go to the pharmacy and you ask for a specific brand medicine, and the pharmacist says, no, I don't have that, but this is the same thing. You take this. Then, if it's the same thing, then why don't you give me the original thing? Why should I take something, substitute? So, as I said before, I was so keen to hear Prabhupada respond in these informal exchanges. He has one morning walk. So Swarup Damodar, the scientist, he's with him. And they're talking, and he mentioned something about gravity. Prabhupada said, what is that gravity? Well, the law of gravity that, things fall down. Prabhupada said, there's no law of gravity. He said, there's tons of water right now in the sky. Why doesn't it fall down? Have you heard this? Oh, you have, so you're very wrong. Anyway, he says, why doesn't it fall down? And then Swarup Damodar goes into something, a scientific jargon. And then he mentions the word conditions. Yes, Prabhupada said, yes. It's a question of conditions. So the next question has to be, who makes the conditions to keep it there or it fall down? Not the exact wording, but that's the point. So these things, gravity, that's a holy that's a holy point for the scientists, and Prabhupada just dismissed it. There's no gravity. What is that gravity? And he gives a more, proper scientific explanation that, yes, things come down when there are certain conditions, and other conditions, they go up, the same thing goes up. So the question has to be, who makes the conditions? And you of course, I'm sure you know, Prabhupada, he told me, he said, this point, that life comes from life, and matter comes from life, this is the vital nerve of the whole scientific Western world. If you break this, the whole thing will fall. So therefore, that book I gave you, Life Comes from Life, and I have it in my mind. I already have the material in Malaysia. Das, my secretary, she compiled all the points Prabhupada made in conversations about scientists to expose, challenge and expose. He used this word repeatedly, challenge and expose. He wanted a team of scientists to go from one university to another and challenge them and expose them. But I don't think it's ever happened that I know of.
Yeah, I noticed this on the conversation. Prabhupada is very adamant. He says that I'll just give you some ideas so you work out the details.
Right. Therefore, his first book, Easy Journey to Other Planets, is dedicated to the scientists of the world. Because this has completely confounded, bewildered, even the so-called most learned men. And it is a, we talk in finance about how people are defrauded, right?
Yeah.
But this is the greatest fraud of all. It's been going on for thousands of years. This is a fraud. And on the basis of this, people are working day and night for things that are unnecessary. Cars, airplanes, you name it.
Yeah, the whole
And in the end, for all the work, what do you get? Well, you buy the same 2 potatoes, a jar of milk, or a carton of milk. You buy some shoes and some shirt. And you get some. So why not stick? Why go so far out just to get the same thing, which you can get by cooperating with Krishna's nature, Krishna's creation. Cooperate. Instead of you create, everything is artificial, and people are working for that, and missing the point that how to get out of this repetition of birth, death, old age, and disease. No one is teaching that. No one is teaching that.
When we fell down from the spiritual world, Krishna gave us this material world as a replica of the spiritual world.
It's like we have Disneyland, right?
Yeah.
So you created some artificial so-called environment for foolish children.
Yes.
So similarly, the foolish conditioned soul has created a Disneyland. Okay, it's more expansive and technical and complex, but the end is the same. You become old, you become diseased, you die. And in the meantime, you still eat the same 2 potatoes. Why not stay where you are and produce them directly and be peaceful? So this is no guru or swami from India has ever addressed this point. You got these half gurus with the Deepak Chopra and so many, right? How do you say? Pretending. They can't do anything. But a simple devotee, if he hears from Prabhupada and repeats that without fear or reservation, he can open the door for freedom from this fearful cycle, because it is fearful. It only looks fine, like we're in a university town, everyone's young men, young women, they're laughing, and right? But the other half of that is when they become decrepit, old and wrinkled, and nobody wants an old wrinkled woman or a demented man. He's slobbering, and they put him away in a home. That is kept hidden. So devotee has to expose that. He has to expose it, not expect anything in return. That I'm just telling you like it is. I'm just saying. There's the Americans have just saying. Birth, death, old age, disease. You get big men, Kennedy, John Lennon, who was shot dead. Someone just randomly shot him dead. What is that? How are scientists, psychologists, how are they dealing with that? They don't know what to say. My daughter, she's in Santa Barbara University. She's pursuing a PhD in psychology, right? And she's very smart. I said to her, and I'll repeat it every time I meet her, I said, you have to set a milestone in that field by making people understand the patient that they're treating is not the result of this one life. That he has lived before this life, and he has, how do you say, reactions, debts, debits and credits, karma, that will overwhelm him. Unless you introduce this and make people understand that the life is continuous, but where it resides, this body or that body, that is temporary. Just like electricity, it's a continuous flow. It may come there in your computer and it works nice. But if it's withdrawn, then everything is finished. So we don't have to be big pundits of Prabhupada left so many books. It's a whole ocean. But at least we have to bring people to the shore of the ocean. They dip their feet. Let me see if it's too hot, too cold. And at some point, they get on the boat and go across the ocean of birth and death, old age and disease. But the beginning, we have to deal with the beginning. When the child goes to school, he has to A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Now how? This is another important point. By sound. The whole Vedic culture rests on sound transmission, not on reading and writing. If you can read and write, that's nice. But most people couldn't in those days, read and write. So, and we see again, the simple beginning, the seed. The child hears the sound A, B, C, D, and is encouraged to memorize A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Then only the graphic, how do you say, letter presentation is made. And then how to combine them to words, then how to combine the words to sentences, then how to combine the sentences to paragraphs, then on to book, everything. So I always give this example. If the clock is in the child's room for 100 years, he can never know what time it is until he hears it from his father. Oh, when the hand is this and the small hand is that, it means this. It's by sound, not by seeing. Westerners they want to see everything. That's why they're fascinated with this. They're childish. They're becoming more and more childish, degraded. Like, you know why Indian art is not realistic for the most part? Because the population, the people, they heard the stories, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavad Gita, they heard them first. So only an indication is necessary, and then they remember. You follow? Just like we make signs. Men's room, we put a little lady there. Oh, that's where the women. That's where the men go. So, but Vedic society is by sound. Sound is most important. In the Bhagavatam, one verse there that especially the BI they pursue on is that the sound indicates the presence of a speaker hidden from our view. So I see you, but I cannot see the source of sound, which is the heart. Firstly, the heart. Then that impulse it rises up until it becomes more and more, how do you say, gross. So in the heart, Krishna says, I'm seated in everyone's heart. From me alone comes knowledge, remembrance, and forgetfulness, right? So when someone hears the sound Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, say Prabhupada, right? He came, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. If the recipient feels an impulse to respond or to hear, then Krishna in the heart gives him that energy, pushes him, yes. And so the actual Hare Krishna comes from Krishna, then the soul cooperates with that impulse and it rises and is articulated in this way, hearing and chanting. Hearing and chanting. I'm just making it simple, right? And you have, Krishna sees what your inclination is. You don't want to chant. Okay. And if you do, then that energy, that force must come from Krishna. Krishna is the soul of the soul. The soul is very minute, right? We say 1/10,000, but Krishna is smaller. So he gives confirmation and impulse. And the more a person, how do you say, is enlivened spiritually by, we say that if you chant Hare Krishna, you become happy. Chant Hare Krishna, be happy. Then more and more, till we're dancing, we're besides ourselves. We feel like if I didn't chant Hare Krishna, I would lose my mind. And that's true. People are not chanting Hare Krishna and they've lost their mind. their mind is filled with all rubbish things. Okay, Krishna, you want rubbish things? He facilitates. Remembrance and forgetfulness. He facilitates. You want to forget? Okay, you forget. So the Prabhupada came to the country which is in the vanguard of material contamination. People think, oh, this is the place to come for, but it's the jumping off place for going to hell. You come here and indulge in every sinful deed. Yes, Krishna is giving you facility. Do it, do it. Or we are going to India because Prabhupada said, oh, Vrindavan, and right? So whatever you want. That's a, you know, when a person has everything, like Bill Gates or Stephen Jobs, he's dead and gone now, but there are others. When a person has everything, there isn't anything that he can't have. Then how does he enjoy? So the answer is, he starts to enjoy by giving, right? Of course, it's a mundane example, but Krishna has everything. Everything belongs to him. So how does Krishna enjoy? He enjoys just by giving. Oh, you want this? Take it. He said, there's that verse. What is that verse? Amongst all the living beings, one is the leader. One, anyway, I can't remember the Sanskrit. Amongst all the infinite number of living beings, one of them is the leader.
Nitya Nityanam
Nitya Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitananam Eko Bonam Yogadidadikam. One is the leader. So what is he doing? He maintains all the others and he fulfills all their desires. So you want to be a nonsense, like in that Give Peace a Chance, that Leary, Timothy Leary? He was there, so the devotees brought sweet balls and bakors and things to give. So when they put in his hand, he said, what is this? The devotee said, it's prasadam. He said, what's that? The devotee said, if you eat this, it's guaranteed you're not going to be born as an animal in the next life. So he threw it down. He said, no, I want to be born as a dog. So Krishna, this is a Vedic verse. Krishna maintains all the others, right? Eat, sleep, depend, mate, whether they're bugs or bums or millionaires or cats and dogs. All of them get their fooding, their sheltering, everything maintained. Eat, sleep, depend, mate. He maintains them all, and he fulfills all their desires. However vicious and cruel that may be, or benevolent, some people building, beautiful bridges and skyscrapers, and others, their business is just thinking how to destroy everything. So without Krishna, it can't be done. So that's where we're at. We have to decide, what do we want? I remember before I joined, I came across a little book. It said it really works. And it was just a few pages. And the point of this exercise was that whatever it is that you want, you make it a list. Morning and night, you read it, and then you're just going to adjust one priority or another priority. Don't think about how to get these things. You just keep the list. And everything you will get in due course. But you have to maintain that list. And I got to thinking about, this is before I joined, I thought, so if you could have anything you want, then what is the value in having that thing? If it's, what is that thing worth then, when it's so easy to have that simply by focusing? And that's actually true, but most people can't keep that focus. And then I thought about that really, really, really. And then I came to Krishna shortly after that. The one thing I couldn't think of.
Yes, Krishna. You can also relate it to the spiritual master, although he is the spiritual master, actually he's the spiritual servant.
Right, he's just serving, and he also arranges for whatever you want. But because we tend not to be thoughtful, Prabhupada said this is meditation, to think on these things. Meditation isn't like to make your mind blank or to stare at a point in space or to become still. Meditation is to allow one's mind to ruminate over what Krishna and what the spiritual master said. Not just to memorize it, just like this verse, Nitya Nityanam Chaitanas Chaitana. He is this leader of all the other infinite number, infinitesimal, and he maintains them all, and he fulfills all their desires. So there may be a time lapse in that fulfilling, because we're in the time world, right? We're in the three-dimensional.
All right, we're back.
Huh?
We're back.
Oh, we're back?
It just turns off after 1 hour automatically. I don't know, some flaw
okay.
in it.
Yeah. So what other question?
Well, we can go back to the Prabhupada's Leela. You went to Germany, Montreal, then I think...
No, I went to Berkeley.
Berkeley, Boston, I think.
Oh, Boston before, yeah. Boston. Then I couldn't get back in the country, that's how I wound up in Boston. Then I got back in the country, and then from there I went to Vancouver. We opened a center there. Then I went to Berkeley in the at the time of the festival in 1969. So at the end of the year and beginning of next year, which would have been 1970, Prabhupada asked me to come to LA, which I did. And he, the first thing he did, he sent me with someone to see a building which he said he was interested in buying as a temple. So when I saw it, I thought, yeah, it's far out. So he said, what do you think? I said, well, I think it's a one, beautiful. He said, but everyone says I shouldn't buy it because it would take all the money in the movement. And so I had put away about $22,000 in Berkeley over those last 6 months of the. And I said, well, Prabhupada, I have that $22,000. I was thinking of buying that house in Berkeley, but I give it to you if it will help you buy the temple. So I gave that money away, and so now I think about it. It's like investing in, Apple computers when it was starting. I'm invested. So I'm getting spiritual return. Anyway, just a thought. So the reason he had asked me to come is because he lost track of the devotees in London, Jamal, and they were kind of scattered around. It didn't have a place. Mm-hmm. So he said, I want you to go there and see and make a report. And it was at that time that they had the Radhakrishna temple record was made, and it was very popular. So when I arrived, Tamal was, we were close because he was a Sankatanga, he was on the West Coast, I was on the East Coast, but we really resonated with one another very well. So he was kind of agitating the devotees because he was, the brahmachari profile and so forth and so on. So I remember, I think it was the first day, he started in on me, and I said, Tamal, you need to get married. He was like, no way. I said, yeah, you need to get married and cool off. And after a few days he came, he said, Hansadutta, I think you're right, I should get married. I said, yeah. So he wanted to marry Jyotir Mai. You probably don't know her.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
I heard it, not personally.
Oh, okay, French girl.
Yes.
I said, no, you can't marry somebody that you want to marry. You have to marry someone that I pick out. We're trying to follow Prabhupada, right? So I remember this girl, what was her name? Madri. She joined in Berkeley. And I said, no, you should marry that girl, Madri. And he didn't know her or anything, but he agreed. So then when I had spent a few days in London and went to one of these programs where they, to promote the record that they did, which is kind of funny. But then we went to London. Rather to Germany together, me and him. And it was a train ride, and at one point he said to me, it was dark, it was about midnight, we were on the train to Germany. And I have to tell you, I was terrified about going to Germany because I felt like Germans are really intelligent and I'm just I'm just a street guy. I can hardly speak German. I left there when I was 9 years old. But anyway, I didn't, say that to Prabhupada. I thought, well. So during that train ride, Tamal said, Hansadutta, I have to tell you something. I said, well, what is that? He said, Prabhupada asked me to go to Germany. But I couldn't carry out the order. I refused because I just didn't think I could do it. So he said, I'm really glad that me and you are going together, but I couldn't carry out the order of my spiritual master. It was like a very intimate confession. So when we got to Germany, we were constantly talking with one another. We couldn't stop till we were like lovers. We had such a rapport. And of course we were going on Sankirtan, brutal winter, on the Reeperbahn, which is where the Beatles played, where, the nightclubs and all that. People throwing stuff at us and you name it. It was really difficult. And every other day one of us would say, I think today I got to stay back, I have to write some letters. And then I would have to say, no staying back. Then I would get into the same thing a day or two later because, it was just too much. I mean, it was really heavy, cold. So at one point I said to Ma, I said, we're not getting anything done because we can't seem to stop talking. And just, so I think you should go to Paris and I'll stay here, or I'll go to Paris and you stay here. So he went to Paris and he kind of helped them out there. And from that point, that year we went to India also, I think. Shortly thereafter, Prabhupada traveled to Japan. Tamal.
Yeah, just one thing I want to cut in this because that was the takeover. The 4 sannyasis, they started preaching that Prabhupada is God. So here's a letter. Let me just find it very fast. I would like to ask you about that also. Here, Prabhupada says, regarding the poisonous effect in our society, it is a fact that I know where from this poison tree has sprung up and how it affected practically the whole society in a very dangerous form. But it does not matter. Prahlad Maharaj was administered poison, but it did not act. Similarly, Lord Krishna and the Pandavas were administered poison, and it did not act. I think in the same Parampara system, that the same poison administered to our society will not act if some of our students are as good as Prahlad Maharaj. I have therefore given the administrative power to the governing body commission. I have tried to give you all Krishna consciousness Now it is your duty to develop it. If you remain strong on the spiritual platform, then your progress will not be checked or blocked. I do not know what was resolved in New Vrindavan, although Sriman Rupanuga Prabhu has informed others that he has sent a tape in this connection. I am still in darkness about the proceedings in New Vrindavan. But I have heard that Brahmananda is preaching about me, that I am Krishna, that I am Super Soul, that I have withdrawn my mercy from the disciples, that I have left the society, and so on. I do not know how far they are correct, but I have written him a letter that he may not do something which may harm the interest of the society. You are also one of the members of the GBC, so you can think over very deeply how to save the situation. It is a fact, however, that the great sinister movement is within our society. I have not heard anything from Krishnadas or Samasundara, so all of you may try to save the society from this dangerous position. So, what was the sinister movement Prabhupada is speaking about in this letter, according to you?
So Tamal went to India with Prabhupada. I think they stopped over in Japan, Nippon, and arranged for printing Krishna book. I'm not sure, I don't remember all they did. But then I got telegrams and telephone calls that I should come to some meeting in New Vrindavan. And there were a lot of confusing things which didn't add up for me. And I remember, I think this happened earlier, where there was a meeting in New York. And I went there, and Prabhupada was very disturbed that this meeting was held without giving notice, right, in New York. I think it happened earlier.
Wasn't this 72 from the letters?
Okay, maybe it was, but I can't remember the timeline now. You'll know better than me. But at any rate, all this confusing communication, I couldn't make head or tail of it, and I remember deciding that I'm not going to listen to anybody, I'm just going to go to India and see Prabhupada. Because I had no idea what was going on except what people were saying, and it just didn't add up. So when I came to Calcutta, and I remember it was evening time, Prabhupada was in his room there, and I walked into Prabhupada's room. I had come there, I wanted some prasadam, and then suddenly Prabhupada appeared, that's right. And I was sitting down, sort of like you, and he looked at me and he said, "Have you been in communication or in contact with Brahmananda?" And I said, "No. No, I haven't had any communication with him in a couple of years now." And Prabhupada looked at me and he said, "You never liked him, did you?" And I said, "No, I didn't." He said, "Okay, you can go." And of course later, all that was, I came to really love Brahmananda. That's another story. In Vrindavan, I met him in 1991, I think. But at any rate, he said, "Okay, you can go." And I never had anything more to do with that whole, how do you say, turmoil. Yeah, turmoil, you can say. And I don't know exactly who and to what degree people were implicated, but it had something to do with Achyutananda, who became kind of enamored with the Gaudiya people, and they polluted him in a certain way. I guess they fed him some Mayavadi kind of philosophy. And he communicated with either Brahmananda or somebody else. And then that resulted in that meeting where, Brahmananda was preaching a certain way. I didn't go to that meeting, so I don't know. I never even heard a tape of it. And Prabhupada never, again, asked me anything. He just could see that had nothing to do with it. Because I was, being in Germany is like being on the moon in those days. So I had nothing to do with any of those things. And later on, these sannyasis, Brahmananda Gargamuni,
Vishnujan.
And Madhavisa, they came to India. They
No,
traveled.
Madhavisa was not there. There was,
he wasn't.
it was what was his
Well,
name?
it was definitely Brahmananda and his brother. They came to India and met Prabhupada in Bombay, and I was there when they came.
Mhm.
And so we were in the room, and Prabhupada said, well, he was very happy that they had preached in Pakistan and so forth and so on. And so at some point Prabhupada said, so, but you must have some field where you can preach. And, you can. It's sort of, at that point, whatever Brahmananda had said or done, it was sort of like dismissed. So, in those days, my zone included Africa. So, the last place in the world I wanted to go was Africa. So Prabhupada said, you have to have a zone, a place where you can preach. So I interjected, I said, well, he could go to Africa. And Prabhupada said, yes. Yes, and Brahmananda was like, well, there's no overland route to Africa. Well, Prabhupada said, well, you can fly. Yeah, I said, yeah, you can fly and take a ship, or, Brahmananda's like, giving me the evil eye. Anyway, that's how Brahmananda wound up going to Africa. And at the same time, another day, I think, no, it was the day before they arrived. I had just also come to see Prabhupada. I was having these buses all over India. And in those days you had to have a carnet, they called it a carnet, a document, like a person needs a visa, a vehicle that comes from Alaga. Was a headache. So I was always entangled trying to get these carnets, and I lost touch with Prabhupada. He didn't like that. He didn't like his leading guys that he wanted to report every week or so. So when I came in the room and I made obeisances, Prabhupada said, oh, a rolling stone gathers no moss. So I thought he was complimenting me. And I said up, he said, you better sit down somewhere and gather some moss. So in that conversation, he suggested that, so why not go to Sri Lanka? So I said, well, Sri Lanka is a small place, there's not much you can do there. And he said, oh, everyone there is Krishna conscious? I said, well, he said, anyway, you can either go to Pakistan or Sri Lanka. I said, I'll go to Sri Lanka. So I went back to Sri Lanka, and and that eventually the Kabur thing happened there. So
You said that Prabhupada told you that you don't really like Brahmananda, and you said no. Well, why did you say that?
Oh well, it was just it wasn't like we had a big. Well, we did have one thing, but he was very he was the boss. He was the leading devotee.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, and he was kind of, he was like a hands-on dictatorial guy, and I got into a thing with him about, Prabhupada asked me to put on the Rath Yatra in New York, which consisted of making a palanquin, because, there just wasn't a lot of devotees, and I had one devotee with me, Vaman Dev, he was a carpenter, so he made that thing. But I needed men to carry the palanquin, and I approached Brahmananda. And also I was doing Sankirtan, because Prabhupada asked me to make a bank account in the name of the World Sankirtan Party. And I was collecting money, I had a knack for collecting money. I had more money than the temple. So Brahmananda said, I'm not going to give you any men. I said, why not? Prabhupada wants us to do this, and what do you mean you're not going to give me men? He said, well, if if you promise to give me half the collection, then I'll give some in. So in my mind I thought, yeah, just say yeah, but when the thing is over, I'm not giving anything. This is, you can't do this, devotees extorting me, I felt, you know. So we put on the festival, and Rohini Kumar joined that day, and you know, we collected, I think, $150 or $200, a ton of money in those days, and nobody could do that. But so when it was all over, Brahmananda approached me and said, "So, you know," and we're in Prabhupada's room, and it had wooden floor like this, you know, sitting on the floor, and Brahmananda is this, you know. He said, "So, you know." I said, "No, I'm not going to give you anything." "What? You promised." I said, "Yeah, but you know, you got no business just holding me up like that. You're supposed to help. We're supposed to work together." And he started to roar, and he pounded the floor. He pounded the floor with his fist, you know, so hard, and he was screaming at me. And I just like got up and left the room. I went outside. I was sitting on the stoop, and I started weeping, you know, because I didn't know what to do. And of course, this all came back to Prabhupada. And at that time, the expo was just setting up, I think, in Montreal. So Prabhupada, he asked me to come there to diffuse the situation, you know. And anyway, that was, and the other thing was, Brahmananda and Gargamuni were the first devotees to get imported beads, like tulsi beads and stuff like that, and kartals and mridanga. So I got some kartals and mridanga and everything for me, and he wanted me to pay for them. And I said, yeah, you know, and you know, okay. But I thought because, and it was my fault, you know, I had this misconception that, hey, it's all for Krishna, so why should I pay you? Right? I'm Krishna's servant, you're Krishna's servant, everything's, you know, it's all one thing. And Prabhupada later clarified that. He when we were in Montreal, he said, "So you got some mridanga and kartals?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Well, Brahmananda says you have an outstanding bill." So I didn't know what to say. Then Prabhupada understood that I didn't understand. He said it's a departmental question. One department serves another department, there's some change. So anyway, I learned something there. So that was my thing with Brahmananda, that's all, you know. So from that time on, I kind of kept aloof.
Okay.
But it wasn't anything more than that.
Okay. Did you have any interaction with Vishnujan Swami or Jayananda?
No, Jayananda in Berkeley, yeah, he used to come over. He loved prasadam, and he helped me buy some vehicles, and I really liked him. But Vishnujan, I met him just a few times in LA on Sankirtan, but I never really had any service with him. And Jayananda was a mechanic also. I think he was a taxi driver. He was in San Francisco with Madhavisa, and he used to come over to Berkeley. Our program there was 1 week, all the devotees would come to Berkeley and do Mahasankirtan. We'd go into restaurants and the stores and the whole thing, up and down. It was great. And the next week we'd go over to San Francisco, Market Street, and North Beach area, and you know, just do Sankirtan. I remember the first time I saw Madhavisa, he was in the basement of that San Francisco temple, and there he's sitting there. He was like a gangster. He had this mug and flaming red hair. He had a huge Sika. But anyway, we got on okay, you know. He organized the 1969 Ratha Yatra, and Prabhupada was very, very happy with him. I remember after the lecture in the Family Dog, which was an assembly hall for hippies, as Prabhupada was walking out, and you know, the devotees were kind of in line, and he went over to Madhavisa and just put his both arms around him and gave him this tremendous hug. So Madhavisa was yeah. And his guys were all kind of like, you know, more macho than my guys. But anyway, it all worked out. It all worked out very nicely. Hare Krishna.
So how would you do the Sankirtan? Like maybe you can...
Just we'd go in 2 lines like soldiers.
Mhm.
And really intense. Everybody had either kartals or mridanga, and then we'd file into the restaurants and kind of go around the people eating, and then come out the other end. And
And
it's a very short street,
okay.
I mean, it's not like it's, how many blocks? 5, 6 blocks?
Telegraph?
Yeah.
Yeah, about 5 blocks, yeah.
We'd go from Dwight, then we'd go all the way to the plaza, Sproul Plaza, and we'd do a big kirtan there and then come down the other side. It was driving people nuts. In fact, there was a Professor Stahl in the university, and he criticized, he said, what is this? Is not a Vedic thing. So there was an exchange of Prabhupada letters. And I was having a class, and I think it's the 3rd story of the building right in front there. Then now I think they renovated it. This professor and Prabhupada, they exchanged. And you see my name mentioned there somewhere.
Yes, yes.
Kerry, yes. So, a beautiful little booklet, by the way, the Vedic way. So, and then at some point Prabhupada suggested that if I could get him a position in the university.
Yes.
And of course, I mean, I didn't know anything about things like that, and he made a remark that, if you want your spiritual master to take a job, and I was like devastated.
Yeah. Prabhupada says that
But then he made...
he was entertained by your disturbance. And I couldn't stop my laughing, Prabhupada says.
But I was really shattered. I thought, oh my God, what did I do? Anyway, that was my Berkeley days.
How would you manage, like I know from our experience, it's difficult to manage the temple, like we have the Mangalartik, 16 rounds cooking, and...
No, it was not difficult for me because, as I told you, I mean, the people that became devotees, all became devotees because I was so focused on them and, didn't withhold any, energy or time. And so I was so personally connected with them all. And those persons, Bahulasava was there, Chitsukananda was there, and Mahatma became a devotee. I can't remember them all. Hari Basara became a black devotee.
Mm-hmm.
But the connection was so devoid of any, material. It was all spiritual, and it was all Prabhupada. Mm-hmm. And so everyone could be trusted. I didn't have a bank account. I had tons of money coming in. But all these devotees could be trusted, and they would do what you asked them to do. Whether it was cook or whatever. It was just such a tight-knit situation on the basis of, Prabhupada was everything. Love and trust was a constant. You never hear that anymore, love and trust. You don't hear that. Do you ever hear it, love and trust? No, there's no love and trust. They truly loved one another because they had one thing in common. One thing in common. What was that? What Prabhupada said and how that transformed and affected their life. When other things come in right, your material plans and they cannot help us. Only Krishna consciousness can help us. There was a telegram. So that was a real thing. It was not a make-believe that we say love and trust and do some other thing. No. At night, I mean, we did Sankirtan from morning till night, 8 o'clock.
How would you do that? How would you manage?
There was nothing to manage. There was nothing to manage. There was just Sankirtan. Somebody cooked something, right? And almost everyone was on the street, going up and down, right? At night, around 5 o'clock, we go to the temple, eat something. Mm-hmm. Then 6, 7 o'clock, we go to the frat houses. And we outside each one we chant and ask, let us come in, we'll tell you what we're doing. So there was nothing but that. There was no computer or nothing.
No distraction.
Yeah, there was only one engagement. You go on Sankirtan
Did you
and
have
eat prasadam.
Did you have like a Mangala Artik or a class or things like that?
You know, everything was just chanting Hare Krishna because there were no deities. Well, of course, a little later I made some Jagannath deities. They're in the Berkeley temple still. But it was all very simple. All these, you know, there's certain kinds of devotees that like to introduce all these complex things. You know, they want to show that they're pundits and they can chant mantras, and that was not Prabhupada.
In terms of deity worship, or just
There was no deity. I mean, Jagannath was like, Jagannath, he's there. You put the pots there, they go. The other things came later.
yeah.
Other things came later.
What about Radha Krishna deities or according time? How
We
would you worship
had
those?
Jagannath. We didn't have any that I remember. I only remember Jagannath. I mean, I was always starting something, right? So when it got to the point where like all these other, we're going to go now. We have to go some other place. Huh? I even I remember there was the Edinburgh temple. They couldn't maintain the standard there. I said, oh, okay, close up, come to London and get trained up here, because London had, but you know, somebody, it was probably Shyam Sundar, said, oh, I have to do to close the temple. Not really. I just took those people and train them and then send them back and do the thing rightly, you know.
I see.
That was the point.
Okay. When you said it didn't come to the standards, like what was that?
The standard was very simple, but timely and prasadam, and that's all. Not a big deal. In London, I didn't have anything to do with the London deity worship, really, because I took over the manor at some point. But there were already ladies like Malati and what's the other name? I can't remember all their names. But they were doing that, and they would be in touch with Prabhupada about that. Jamuna was in the very place. So, you know, they were really into that, and they got that information from Prabhupada, not from me.
What about the second initiation? There's an injunction that only the second initiated can touch the deity.
You know, I was at the second initiation ceremony in Boston. I think it took place in '68. I'm not sure.
Yes.
So after the initiate, Prabhupada invited a few professors there, and from the local universities. So after the initiation, I approached Prabhupada. I said, "What is the significance of this this ceremony?" He said, "Oh, it's not very important. My Guru Maharaj introduced this because the Smarta Brahmins were critical and said, oh, these people, they are not they are not Brahmins, or this, you know, they have not." And so he said, "But it's not very important. Just because he introduced, I'm introducing it. But chanting Hare Krishna is enough." So then about a half an hour later I came back. I said, "So what is the significance of the mantra? What does it do?" He said, "It's a little auxiliary to chanting Hare Krishna, but chanting Hare Krishna is enough. We're introducing this because my Guru Maharaj introduced it." But actually, you know, in other words, it was never, at least that's how I understood, it was never what it later came out to be. I mean, people say, "Oh, you're second initiated," or whatever. You know, that was my impression. Even when Prabhupada opened the Vrindavan temple, right? He hired, I don't know how many Brahmins to do the ceremony. And I remember at one point they wanted Prabhupada to come out and, you know, chant some mantras or in some way. And I was in Prabhupada's room, and he said, "Do I have to?" like a child. Do I really have to go to Grandma's house? So yes, Prabhupada, they're insisting that you come out. And then Prabhupada told me, he said, actually, there's chanting Hare Krishna is enough. I'm doing this because if we don't do this, then the local people will not accept that it is a bona fide. So Prabhupada came out, he was there, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes, half hour, I can't remember.
Okay.
I mean, my understanding of Prabhupada is that I even asked him, what about taking deities on Sankirtan? He said, no, you don't take deities on Sankirtan. He said, deities for the temple, for the neophyte people who cannot preach. They should have some focus on the deity. He said, but, and this is a very important thing, he said, but the neophyte devotee, if he doesn't make progress, he will fall down. That it's not enough to just go through the routine, worship the deity, and so forth and so on. You're supposed to make progress and become, preaching and more effective in spreading Krishna consciousness. About Indians, he said, I don't know if I should say this on camera, but when we first started Montreal, Indians were coming to Montreal because it's easy for them at that time to go to America. So, and they would inevitably come to the temple and try to tell us about Krishna, Radha and Krishna, and my uncle is a Brahmin and so forth and so on. And try to tell us Krishna stories. And we knew that this was like but we didn't know how to respond. Yeah, we didn't know how to behave or how to respond. So when Prabhupada came there, I passed this by him. I said, the Indians come, they want to tell a story about Krishna. And what do we say? We know, they're all kind of warped a little bit. He said, yes. He said, you see, these Indians, they haven't come here for this, meaning this Krishna consciousness. He said, you see, Western people, American people and European people, they're crows, and crows eat garbage and stool. And Indians are new crows, so when new crows come, they eat twice as much garbage and stool. He said, so don't bother about that. They didn't come here for this. But now I think our temples are very much dependent, right, on their financial support. But Prabhupada was not concerned. He wanted to see Western people understand and embrace and practice devotional service by preaching. And the temple's not a place to live. It's a place, it's like an army base for a soldier. Just so you can recoup and then go out again and fight. It's not where you live. And temples grow on the basis of preaching. But if you're just going to make a temple, then it's ass backwards. It's like, what did they say? The cart before the horse. We don't need the temple. We need someone who has a clear understanding and can articulate and broadcast that. Then whatever comes from that. But if you just want to have a big showy temple, well, the whole America is full of churches. There's nobody there, right? I don't know. It's getting late, right?
As you like, we may finish here.
Huh?
We may finish here.
Whatever. I'm your servant. I'm your servant. I mean, I'm enjoying or enlivening by this.
Did you want to make some soup or something? Or?
No, I have some soup with me. All it needs is to be heated up.
Okay.
But, huh?
I can heat it up for you.
It's a little late now. I generally don't like to eat so late. It's not good. So I'll survive. I'll have a potato pancake later. Maybe not here. I don't know. You have some other question?
How was Germany when you arrived there with Himavati? I was reading that you were taking care of the devotees, like the father and mother, the motherly.
Yeah, you know, I had
family.
to go sometimes away. Himavati was very capable. She was like a mother, and she would take care of the boys, and they were very respectful. The whole woman, you know, the friction between the men and the women, and that wasn't part of my life in Krishna consciousness. That came later. And Himavati was very capable, and the devotees were very respectful, because she knew how to cook, she knew how to sew, and she was very practical. She, you know, do this, don't do this, and I think they really responded to her that she was just an extension of me, and she had no motive except to do what I probably told her should be done or not done. So we didn't have that problem. Also, later, or in Germany, not many women came, because the situation was pretty austere. Later, after we got to Castle, we had like Surabi, Rimati, few women, but not many. But they were, again, real, in fact, not Srimati, forgot her name now. She was a little girl. She was the best Sankirtan person we had. She was fantastic. It was real. It was not like today, you know, someone gets initiated and they go home and go to sleep. That wasn't. You had to, you know, everything. It was all or nothing thing. And so people who were not prepared, they just didn't join. And we didn't have a lot of people just coming to see what was going on.
Did you already talk about the bikers?
Oh, the bikers, I forgot about that. Yeah, we had, on Prabhupada's appearance day, we moved from our center in Hamburg, which basically was a warehouse, to a house which was a little bit in the suburbs, or a little bit outlying the immediate city. It was a big house, and at that time they had what they called what do they call them in German? Slips my mind. But they were like bikers, you know, skinheads, bikers.
Rockers, maybe?
Rockers, yeah, they called them the rockers. So the one evening, the ladies coming back from Sankirtan in the city were being harassed by one or two of these guys, and we had Udareda. He was a Marine, I think a special forces guy, a little guy but really tough. So he went out, and the girls came and told us what happened. And he became, you know, very angry. And these two guys followed the girls right up to the door and came back. So Udareda just went to the door. He had a crowbar in his hand. And, you know, generally when there's an altercation, there's some exchange. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He didn't say a word. He just started, he started pounding them with his crowbar and chasing them. You know, the guy was crawling, and he was just like... And so what happened is that night, after we went to bed, the guys threatened that they're going to come back. So I told everybody they should have some kind of a weapon, either a kitchen knife or whatever we could get our hands on. And if they come, we have to deal with it. So what happened is we go to sleep and we think, well, you know, past. And all of a sudden, all the windows caved in because these guys surrounded the whole building. And they, 1, 2, 3, and they heaved bricks through the windows. I thought, oh, now we have to do something. And so what happened was there was a long hallway that led out the front door. And I told, I lined up all the guys and one guy at the door, and I said, when I say 3, yank that door open, and everybody, you know, on a running start, run through that door and fly at these guys. So that's what we did, you know. And we captured one guy and pulled him into our compound and just, you know, beat him to a pulp. And I remember straddling him, and I said, where do you hang out? He said, I don't know. I said, I'm going to cut your ears off if you don't tell me. So he told us, you know, and then, of course, the police arrived. One guy came with a shotgun, a neighbor, and next morning it was front page news. And people after that were coming up to us, oh, you beat the rockers, giving us money.
Which year was this?
I can't remember. It's when we got that temple. It was on Prabhupada's appearance day. After that, no one ever bothered us again. And you know, after that, we opened Heidelberg, and I had that Maharati. You ever meet Maharati? He was a butcher. He was a real brawny, you know, German, blonde hair, blue eyes, very handsome, totally fearless guy. So I always had him follow the Sankirtan group. I told him, whenever someone even looks like they're going to do something, I want you to go over, put your arm around them, and pinch this muscle here, right? Take him to the side, and always smiling like he's your best friend, and just let him know. So, you know.
What about the, you told me the story before, but I can't remember exactly how it went, but you guys, they took some devotees to jail, and you guys...
Oh, yeah, in Heidelberg, the police arrested, you know, half a dozen devotees, brought them to the jail.
Yeah.
So I got all the devotees together. I said, we're going to go to the police station, we're going to chant until they let them go. For some reason, the Germans couldn't stand the kartals and the chanting, especially the kartals. They didn't care about the book distribution. So we went there. After about a half an hour, the guy comes out. He said, we got to go. I said, we're not leaving until you let them go. We're going to be here all night. So after, maybe it was 2 hours, you defended Narayan Maharaj calling himself Bhaktivedanta, because all of Keshav Maharaj's sannyas disciples received this title. You used the example of Muni Maharaj, who took sannyas at the same time as Srila Prabhupada and was also given the title Bhaktivedanta. It seems that you were implying that Srila Prabhupada also received this title at the time of taking sannyas from Keshav Maharaj. The fact is that Srila Prabhupada received the title not at the time of his sannyas, but during his years as a householder. The Lilamrita lists the year as 1939. This is a little over 2 years after the departure of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. Not only did the Bhaktivedanta title have nothing to do with Srila Prabhupada's taking sannyas, but it was something much different. It was awarded by a group of intimate godbrothers with regard to the special qualities and abilities of Srila Prabhupada exhibited. From the following 2 quotations about this title giving, the conclusions which can be drawn are as follows: that this title was meant only for Srila Prabhupada, that it had never before been given to a Vaishnava, what to speak of anybody else in the Gaudiya Math, and that it was a very great honor bestowed by his peers, who recognized that Srila Prabhupada was more qualified and advanced. Consequently, others may adopt this title and may have many reasons for doing so, but as far as I am concerned, there is only one Bhaktivedanta, and he is that special Bhaktivedanta, and his being thus titled is unique and incomparable. So this is an important point, which most devotees don't know, as far as I'm concerned. in fact, I went on to write a letter to the Prabhupada-nugas. They like to call themselves Prabhupada-nugas. And my godbrother, Udvarga, who is mentioned in that Prabhupada's movement, he became, he wrote me after a long time, probably a year or two now ago, and he wanted to basically invite me to come somewhere and initiate somebody or something. So anyway, but before responding to his letter, I said, the first thing I have to address is, you are calling yourselves the Prabhupada-nugas, a word which no karmi can pronounce, and which is a manufactured word or designations. Prabhupada himself, being designated as Bhaktivedanta, he referred in the first canto to the story of Narada with the sages. He referred to them as the Bhaktivedantas repeatedly, and then I actually have it here. I compiled all the time, many times that he used this. Not only did he do that, but he personally wrote to me that he wanted to institute a test for qualifying, and those who received the highest or passing of these different tests, they would be given the title of Bhaktivedanta. And he said, I want that the Bhaktivedanta, so you know that, you've read it, okay. So now somebody, they got better, why are you quibbling over this point, like it's not important?
Mm-hmm.
But this point is so important that Prabhupada used this title, name, or this title, this award that he received from his godbrothers,
mm-hmm.
as his name to the public. Like name recognition, BMW or Apple computers. It's
Trademark.
not a trademark name, right? It's not a little thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's all important thing. So I won't go any further, but that's my point. Anyway, then Prabhupada, have you read this letter? Have you seen this letter?
No.
Okay. Then the quotation is from Prabhupada. But I retired from my family life. I was sitting alone in Vrindavan writing books. So this, my godbrother, he insisted me, Bhaktivedanta Prabhu. This title was given in my family life. It was offered to me by the Vaishnava society. So he insisted me. Not he insisted me, practically my spiritual master insisted me through him that you accept, because without accepting the renounced order of life, nobody can become a preacher. So, he, Bhaktisiddhanta, wanted me to become a preacher. So, he, Bhaktisiddhanta, forced me through his godbrothers. You accept. So unwillingly I accepted, and then I remembered that he wanted me to go to the Western country. So I am feeling now very much obliged to my godbrother. I was there when Prabhupada gave this talk. It was in Seattle, I believe. Yeah, it was
68.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Appearance day. I don't even know how I got there because I was still in Montreal. So maybe I had to come to LA for something, I don't know. So I am feeling very much now obliged to my godbrother, this godbrother, that he carried out the wish of my spiritual master and enforced me to accept this sannyas order. In India, the Mayavadi sannyasis are known as Vedanti. Therefore, my society, Vaishnava society, has particularly given me this title, Bhaktivedanta. Vedanta means bhakti. It is a challenge to the Mayavadi sannyasis. This particular title was given after due consideration that my humble self should be awarded this title. It is a new title amongst the Vaishnava society. So the Mayavadi philosophers, they are sometimes surprised. Oh, how Swamiji is Vedanti at the same time Bhakti. But actually I do not know. Vedanta means Bhakti. Montreal, 1968. Yeah, I guess but I can't remember who wrote the letter. Because it's not signed anyway, it's a copy of that letter. And this at your leisure, you can sometimes look at, or maybe, do you have a copy machine here?
No. We could go make coffee.
I can make a photograph of it.
Oh, you can.
Yeah.
It's amazing here. It's the first letter that Prabhupada wrote me in December of 68. December of 68, so far back, right? He got on this point. And then here are all the quotations in regard to that story. And this is important. You know, maybe, I don't know, maybe you are not a Prabhupada Nuga, are you? But you can introduce this idea if you are, or if you have some communication with him. You don't even have to mention my name, but just because everything that mentioned my name, they say no. But it's an important point. Don't you think it's important?
The name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why Prabhupada used it? Why did he not use his initiated name, Abhay Chayan? Huh? Why did he use this name? And then the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust, the Bhaktivedanta, everything Bhaktivedanta.
Yeah.
It's very important. You know, in fact, in Western marketing, merchandising, name recognition is the #1 important thing. Companies spend thousands of dollars to get someone to find them the right name. The name. And in his best-selling book, Dale Carnegie, he makes an issue. The name of a person is the most important thing to him. And if you meet someone and then you meet him again and you don't remember the name, you have just, you know, made a big mistake. You can't say, you know, I don't know, what's your name again? He makes the point, Dale Carnegie, this book sells today still. I think it was written in the 30s, right? How to Win Friends and Influence People.
I think some devotees, they said that Prabhupada would always remember everyone's name.
Yeah, and Prabhupada pointed out, and I read also, whether it was Hitler or Napoleon, any great leading person, they either have a fabulous memory or they make it a point. In fact, I don't have a good memory, so when I read this book, I got into the habit, when I meet someone and I know I'm not going to remember, I said, that's a very unusual name, that's really nice name, how do you spell it? And then I would, and people, they don't object, they actually like it. Oh, you're going to write down my name.
Just like Krishna. Krishna likes his name to be glorified, so
Right.
we're the reflections of Krishna.
Like, now, if we just think of Prabhupada again, right? He publishes Krishna book, right?
I can make copies of this. You want me to?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
And here, copy this too for him. This is from Bhaktivedanta. When Prabhupada published this book, first of all, no book had ever been published on Krishna in this size, right? And not only that, he doesn't spell the word Krishna, K-R-I-S-H-N. He spells it K-R-S-N-A with these 3 dots. Right now, an ordinary person would think, no, people won't get that. They'll be confused. No, Prabhupada, he understood this. And he didn't have to explain it, but I understood that he understood right when I saw it. Krishna book. When we made that art book, Krishna Art, you've seen it?
Yeah.
So that was one of my last, not last, but it was one of them. So the person helping me put it together, she said, what are you going to call the book? I said, Krishna Art, with the 3 dots. She said, but nobody will buy that book. I said, they will. They will pay hundreds of dollars for this book. Even if they're absolute karmis, they will buy it. And that turned out to be true.
It's unique.
Yeah, it's unique. I mean, we don't have to invent anything. We just have to follow Prabhupada. He understood. You know, a lot of devotees thought that, well, you know, he's an old man, he doesn't know how things are done in America. That's not true. Prabhupada knew exactly.
Of course.
And if there was something he didn't know, he would ask. He would say, well, what do you think? He would oftentimes he asked me, Hansadutta, what do you think? And I would always say, "You really want me to say what I think?" He would say yes. Then I felt free. So Krishna book, yeah. Anyway, here's another. This is I mentioned to you also. I'll just read you. This is a small conversation, very short. Prabhupada, it's Tamal and Hari Suri. They're talking about the two pujaris in Mayapur. Their name is Jananivas and his brother, his name, I can't remember now, but they're twins. And they're very outstanding pujaris, and you might have heard about them anyway. So, Tamal says, they look like they're out of Chaitanya Charitamrita. They appear as two persons right out of that book. Prabhupada, yes, very good boys. Tamal, Vaikunthaman. Prabhupada, oh yes, they do not know except the duty. Very good boys. Tamal says, perfect team of brothers. Then Prabhupada says, this is the important part. Oh yes, therefore Krishna has brought them here in Mayapur. Previously, they were advanced. All of you, you are simply born because this mission was to be started. Just like in Yaduvamsa, Krishna ordered all the devotee demigods to go, take birth there, and help me. Similarly, you were born in Europe and America to help this movement. Otherwise, you were devotees in your past life. I have explained that in my recent writing. The purport was Mam A.T. One goes to Krishna where his pastimes are going on, and then they are transferred to the original. So, all the devotees picked up, and they were placed together where Krishna is having his pastimes in either of these innumerable universes. He's going on, just moving. Sun is moving little. So Krishna's pastimes, they're always going on, this universe, that universe, in some universe. He's in all universes present. That is called Nitya Leela. So those who are advanced, perfected devotees, first of all they are sent there and then further trained up. Mam A.T., just like after passing the administration examination, one is made assistant to some magistrate, then gradually he's promoted higher. Then Hari Suri says, when we were in New York last summer, you said that the spiritual master also has associates who appear along with him to help him in his mission. Prabhupada, yes, Krishna wants his assistance. The spiritual master also requires assistance. Everything is going on under Krishna's direction. Maya dakshina prakriti suyate sacharacharam. So that is so those devotees, they didn't just like, oh, we bumped into Prabhupada, it was accidental, it was a one-time. No, it's an ongoing thing. Mm-hmm. And that ongoing is expanded through those devotees to other devotees, just like you became devotee. I don't know how you became devotee, but somewhere there was some connection to Prabhupada. You see, this, in computer technology, they have this expression, digital footprint. Wherever you go in that system, there is a record. Right? So similarly, every living being, the record is there. So it is either strictly karmic, or it is mixed, or it is pure. So I don't say, and we don't say that, oh, all these devotees are pure devotees. No, they're devotees for sure. Mm-hmm. So each time they appear in the entourage or in the mission of Prabhupada, they make more perfect with Prabhupada, not only with Prabhupada, but with one another. Mm-hmm. And they expand with some who come later and so forth, like that. Anyway. Okay, I gave you, she's going to make a copy. Okay, so what do we do?
I have a question I wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
About Hayagriva.
Oh yeah, Hayagriva.
Hayagriva, he was...
Can I wear this hat, or is that too ostentatious?
You can do whatever you like.
I know I can do whatever I like, but I need your opinion.
Yeah, why not?
Okay.
I don't mind.
Anyway, are we on film?
Yeah.
Oh, we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. I agree with.
So there's a couple of letters I found. One of them is about Prabhupada is explaining. These are both addressed to you.
The letters.
These letters, yeah. So that's why I think it'd be nice if maybe you could tell something about it. This is the first one. This is where Hayagriva had kind of like a fall down.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yeah.
I need to use the
Okay.
restroom quickly.
Sure. All right. So I'm going to read the letter.
What's the date?
17th of February 1973.
73. Okay.
While in India last, it was brought to my attention that our Srimad Hayagriva Das has become deviated from the 4 basic principles which I have given to all my students for adherence to when they are first initiated. I do not know why he is living in such a way, but I feel that he must be brought back to the standard immediately. So I am requesting you as my governing body commissioners to help me bring back to the standard. He has very good talent, but he's spending it by living such an unrestricted life.
What do you want to know?
What was going on?
I have to be honest. I can't say. I don't know directly or personally.
Mm-hmm.
I just know from hearsay.
Okay.
And where was I when this letter was written? Was I in Germany? Probably.
I don't know.
Yeah, probably. See, I have a binder of Prabhupada's letters and my responses back and forth, but I think it's up north. I haven't been able to find it in my room. Anyway, but so I would rather not comment on on it. I know that what I am aware of is early on. I think it was '68. Hayagriva and Kirtananda, they left.
Yes.
And there was some, upheaval. And in fact, Himavati, she wrote Prabhupada a letter, and something to the effect that he must be very displeased with them because of doing this. And Prabhupada responded, no, he said, Father, he's not displeased, but if they do some mischief, he has to correct them. So he didn't take it very seriously. But this incident, I don't want to comment on it because I really don't know.
Okay.
I would just be repeating something that somebody said.
Okay, all right.
But the fact is that Prabhupada was very keen about Hayagriva's editing work,
Mm-hmm.
and very proud to have him as his editor-in-chief. In fact, I did a short little interview with Gadadhar's mother, and she mentioned something about Hayagriva and editing the books and changing the books, and she said something to the effect that, well, people say Hayagriva was crazy. I said, well, yes, he was, but you're crazy, I'm crazy, we're all crazy. So why don't you remember, I can't remember word for word, why don't you remember that Prabhupada took crazy people and he inspired them to do sane and wonderful constructive things. Why didn't you think that way? Why do you just think he was crazy? So, who's not crazy? Everyone's crazy.
Of course.
Yeah, so that was my point.
Here's another one which is related to the editing. Prabhupada says, he seems to be responding to your letter.
Mm.
So I'll be very curious.
Same year?
No, this is 75.
Okay, yeah.
I'll be very curious because, I don't really know what you wrote to Prabhupada.
Right.
So Prabhupada says, I don't think that Hayagriva is at fault. He has not changed the meaning or the philosophy in any way. But if you like to use the original manuscript, then, if it is possible, you can use it.
He was probably referring to someone pointing out to me at the time, 75, it wasn't a big issue yet, but that he might have taken liberties in the editing, and that perhaps we should, I think it was, we were translating the Gita at the time, I'm not sure.
Wasn't it the Srimad Bhagavatam? The Bhagavad Gita?
It would have been the Bhagavad Gita, because
Okay.
I did not, I can't remember that we started on the Bhagavatam. The first thing was Ishopanishad, then Gita,
Mm-hmm.
and I remember we published that book in a smaller size, about, like that book there, a little reduced, and I printed on Bible paper, which I did this thinking Prabhupada, he'll like this. And anyway, so I brought it to Mayapur, gave it to Prabhupada, and when he got it, he was, very, as was his habit, to examine it very closely, the binding and the paper and the color work. And he looked up, he said, it's better than the English edition or American edition was. So I was very, I was very happy about that. So he liked that, yeah. He liked, so that, anyway, getting back to that particular letter, it probably had something to do with that, and I might have suggested that since he might have taken liberties, that perhaps I could use the original manuscript or whatever. And Prabhupada said yes, so, which I didn't do. That I can't remember that we did that, but he told me at another time. I can't remember now where we were. But I suggested that maybe we can republish his original Bhagavatams, the original with
Delhi.
Yeah. And he said, no, whatever Hayagriva has done is perfect. I have full faith in Hayagriva. And so that was my understanding about Hayagriva. Whatever, mischief, or even if there was some mistake, Prabhupada was really, really keen on Hayagriva. There were other helper editors, but they were not anywhere near what Hayagriva was.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Prabhupada had artists, but Bharadraj was the end-all and be-all of the artists, and he basically, had a huge studio in L.A., right? And he became a devotee in Montreal.
Yes.
I remember when I brought him to Prabhupada, I said, "Oh, Prabhupada, this boy is a really..." Because I was an artist for, in my Karmi times, but nothing like Bharadraj. He just was the top. So Prabhupada, as soon as I said that, we were in his room, he said, "Oh, okay, take this, and you copy that and bring it back." When he brought it back to next to it, Prabhupada's eyes lit up like silver dollars. And that was it. So he was also a musician, probably.
Yes.
So, and he did the cover when I did the reprint of Easy Journey to Other Planets on a mimeograph machine.
Mm-hmm.
So I got him to make a cover. He did that in Montreal.
Oh, which one was that?
Well, you see, I was so completely saturated and overwhelmed with this little book, right? That I think I told the story. I immediately walked into the temple from 8th Street to 2nd Street, at 6 blocks. And so, anyway, but when I got to Montreal, at some point, Kirtanananda, I think it was after Kirtanananda left, he had to go with Prabhupada in June
Mm-hmm.
of 67.
Yes.
So I decided that this book, everyone has to read this book. But I didn't know anything about printing or nothing, really. I was really... So I knew that there's such a thing as a mimeograph machine. You make stencils, somebody types them up, and so that's what I did. I bought a stencil machine, and I had someone sit and type, because I didn't know how to type, and Bharadraj made the cover.
And this was in Montreal?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So I think we made 5,000 copies.
Was this like the first book ever printed? They were printing
probably
some Who's Crazy, like
Who's
small
Crazy,
pamphlets.
little pamphlets. There was some Back to
Back to
God
Godheads.
heads. But yeah, I never thought about it, by the way. Anyway, yeah, it probably was. So we put together 5,000 copies, if I remember right. So half those I sold to Rupanuga, got all my money back
Okay.
for the printing machine and the paper and that, right? And the rest I started to sell on the street. And that's when I had this like epiphany. I thought, what this is like a perpetual gold mine.
Okay.
Not only do you get money by distributing the books,
Yeah.
but every now and then there's a ratio. Someone reads that and he lights up like I did. And then he'll also distribute, and eventually out of a ratio of so many books distributed, someone's going to read it and also become a devotee. So it's an endless,
Perpetuum mobile.
huh?
Perpetuum mobile.
I don't know what that means.
It means that machine, like a...
Perpetual motion.
Yeah.
Yeah, perpetual motion, right. Both for making devotees, for making money, and this is nothing compared to it. So that was very, very clear to me. And what I didn't know at the time is that Prabhupada took note of this. I didn't know that. I had no idea that he was aware that I did this. But so how did I come to know it? In 1974, when he asked me to be a trustee at the Bhaktivedanta Manor, I was astonished. I said, but Prabhupada, you have so many disciples. They have MA, BA, PhD, they're educated. Me, because 2 days earlier he asked me, why every letter you write is 4 or 5 stuff? I said, oh, Prabhupada, I didn't go to school. And so he said, oh, it's okay. Anyway, so when I posed this question, why are you asking? Why didn't you ask one of your other disciples who, have a proper education? He said, because you have understood the importance of my books. Without being asked, you published and distributed my books. And that referred to that particular, endeavor of reprinting his Easy Journey to Other Planets.
Okay.
Which, so it was all those years I didn't know. I thought, well, I'm just, doing my thing.
Huh. And you knew that Prabhupada meant this
Yes,
specifically?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. This is very interesting. You said you also distributed on the street.
Yeah.
And the other devotees, they were helping out, or just yourself?
Yeah.
So the book distribution started from very beginning. Then.
Well, I mean, it couldn't have been much of anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it wasn't a systematic one. It was all in a works in progress. It was just a spontaneous thing that you do,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It wasn't book distribution as we, book distribution, scores and this and that.
Sure.
It was just that I was so touched or so moved and so affected by this book. I thought that other people, if they read this, they're going to have the same effect. I actually naively thought that within a year's time, everyone in New York City is going to become Krishna conscious.
Okay.
I really planned. And and then all over the world. It wouldn't take long, you see. And I think I'm not unique in that feeling. I think that's what moved all these disciples in the early days. They read or heard Prabhupada, and they thought, wow, this is the end all and be all. This is it. This is Eureka, Nirvana. This is finally found it.
Yeah.
In fact, when I came home in the evening after the first time, after reading Easy Journey, going to the temple, I stopped in at my friend's. He lived underneath me in Hoboken. His name was Luke Faust. He was a musician. He was connected with Bob Dylan. He was a banjo player. I walked in. I said, Luke, I found it. I found what we've been looking for. The absolute truth, Krishna. He said, what? Control your senses? I said, yeah. He said, well, maybe you were looking for it, but I wasn't looking for it. then I realized the guy who I thought, because he was always very quiet, I thought he must know something deeply profound, right? But he actually, his head was just full of air. He didn't know anything. So that was the end of him. So, right.
Yeah, I think that's very important to have this conviction.
Conviction is infectious. There's a saying, conviction is infectious. Even if the person has a conviction about something which is totally erroneous or wrong.
Like Hitler.
Like Hitler or Mao Zedong, or there are many examples in history. They have such overwhelming conviction, they infect people. Like in the medical field, if someone there was Typhoid Mary, right? She had typhoid, but it didn't affect her.
Yeah.
But wherever she went, people were getting typhoid. So Prabhupada used to say, spread the virus, the Krishna virus, the K virus. Yeah, conviction is in fact, without conviction, at one point when we started to sell Ishopanishads and other things on the street in Germany, me and Chakravarti, he was my right-hand guy, and we thought, maybe we should call in a marketing and marketing outfit, advertising marketing outfit, and have them give us a plan which is suitable or tailored, custom tailored to our needs, right? We did, and the guy came and we explained what we were doing, and he said, yes, I've seen you. He said, now, I could sell you a very expensive plan, but I'm telling you, there isn't anything more that you could possibly do to be successful. You are doing all the things that you have to do in order to be successful, even more than other companies. And then he pointed out the 5 principles of selling something. And out of the 5, that you must be convinced. If that isn't there, you can't be successful. And you people, he said, I've watched you, I've seen you, I've studied you. You wouldn't be on the street if you were not convinced, with your shaved head and the dhoti. So I said, so he said, if you like, but it'll cost you a lot of money. But it's not going to improve your present format. You're doing everything.
It's complete.
Yeah, it's complete. Be convinced.
Okay.
And when one has that conviction, then he infects the other person, the person he's approaching, with the desire to have that thing. Whatever it is that this guy has, I want that thing. So that's... Anyway.
That's the secret.
Yeah, that's the secret. Be convinced.
Devotees, they would also not wear the dhoti later on. They would dress in, karmic clothes and with the wigs and Prabhupada.
He was reluctantly like, yeah, okay. But he
Prabhupada didn't like it.
He didn't
surely.
care for it. No, but he thought, okay, if it sells more books. It was reluctant agreement, but it was. Then it became a runaway thing where not only didn't they wear the dhoti, but then they cooked up all kinds of lines and So yeah, that was that.
Prabhupada was not fond of it.
No. But I can also tell you that, at some point I saw that devotees in general, unless this point is addressed systematically, what takes place when you approach someone and try to sell them a book? I saw devotees who are not aware of that or don't have a natural, spontaneous ability. They have to be trained. And we used to have classes. I'd have classes, and we would go through what to say and what not to say. For example, I said, you never say maybe, could you? You always say, you will. You will take it home and read it? Thank you very much. You will take it, you say it 3 times, and you nod, you look them in the eye, and thank you very much. We're just asking a small contribution so we can continue our work. So everyone has some response. I don't have any money, I'm not interested. So you have to be able to respond to any negative. You don't have any money? That's okay. You'll take it home and read it? Thank you very much. Look in your pocket, maybe there's something you missed. Or I got it already. Okay, that's great. Take another one, give it to a friend. And so every response that's negative, you have to
Come up
accept
with a
that
response.
and give a positive substitute.
Mm.
Like that. So there are different things like that. And different kinds of people, you talk to them in a different way. If it's a little old lady, you kind of, excuse me, man. And if he's a brash, businessman, you got to come on stronger. If he's a hippie, and hey, man. So gradually the devotees came to understand what the mechanism is.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the most important things that we had to teach the devotees is that people on the street are harmless. They're not going to hurt you. They might say something, nasty to you, like, hey, or whatever. And I gave the analogy, I said, it's like a child that grows up on a farm with cows and horses, and a 4, 5, 6-year-old boy or girl, they're not afraid of a cow. They'll fall like, come on, But if I bring a businessman or a lawyer or someone from the city who's not, he's terrified. He thinks the cow's going to trample him to death, right? So I tried to you have to get the devotees, the distributor, to get over this anxiety, this fear that they have of being rejected, being insulted, or that someone's going to take the thing and run away, or whatever. They have to come to a point where they realize there's nothing to be afraid of these people. If you just assert yourself, sir, and then they'll immediately. So like that, yeah, we did. So I wrote to Prabhupada, and that was my point. I wrote to Prabhupada describing how I was giving classes, and in a very detailed. And he said, yes, selling is a great art, Like one of the things we said, you never say anything until you put that book in the person's hand. And he has it.
That's what Prabhupada said?
No, I said.
Okay.
And one of the things I told him, and you never take it back. No matter what, you just never, and you have to know that, you see. And if someone tells you in a run-through, like we did in the temple, you understand, you never take it back. And if they try to, if they have the book and they want to start leafing through it, you just put your hand on it and close it, and you say, or they'll ask, what's this book about? I said, everything's in the book. You'll take it home and read it? You'll take it home and read it? And everything can be repeated 3 times. If after 3 times it doesn't work, then, But, or if people say, what's that on your forehead? You don't get into explaining what it is. Everything's in the book. You'll take it home and read it? Sounds simple, but that's what you have to do.
Okay.
Right? Or is it that this book is about Krishna? It's all in the book. Take it home and read it? Yes? You don't... You avoid saying negative things. Maybe... Can you give a donation? No. You'll give it. You will. So it's something that can be practiced and learned and done. And I've seen people who are absolutely reluctant, terrified, or devotees that just could not sell anything or distribute. But once they get the script, so to speak, hey, and once they start having success, it's like they lose all fear and apprehension and anxiety.
Okay. Well, later on they started wearing wigs and hiding that they're devotees.
Yeah, what happens is this is what happened, because I left America at the beginning of 1970, Prabhupada asked me to go to Germany. And when I came back and saw what had happened, what happened was that the original enthusiasm which brought people, devotees, out in the street, right, to sell books and collect Lakshmi, that became dampened more and more because, first of all, they went kind of undercover. And then they become more and more adept. They saw, yeah, it's a fact that, like the little boy on the farm, he's not afraid of a cow. But he doesn't abuse the cow either, right? He learned that cows are, you have to look after them and so forth. So, but the devotees who were originally there out chanting, in the beginning, every party went out, they were chanting. Mm-hmm. They have 6, 7, 8 people chanting, and you maybe have 3 or 4 at most distributing, and then they'd rotate. Mm-hmm. So what happened with the introduction of the karmi clothes and the wigs and the more clever lines, that the devotees became very expert in collecting money, and in fact the focus shifted, or the thought process, the exhilaration of Sankirtan shifted from thinking that if this person reads this book, he's going to be a devotee. Like I'm relating how I read the book, I got all lit up. You imagine, you have that going through your mind. So that waned more and more, and you were concerned with collecting more and more money, or getting more and more numbers. You're going to be the number one guy.
The fruits. The fruits,
yeah. The attention, the consciousness, the concern shifted. And so what happened, although a tremendous amount of money was collected in time, they became more and more, and that focus became more and more, because the leaders, who mostly stayed home at the desk, not home, but in the temple, so they bought properties. Like Tamal bought a big place down in Oklahoma, I think it was Oklahoma, and different places they bought properties. So gradually what happened is the enthusiasm that was generated by a devotee going out and doing this because he saw himself, right? And he saw other people, he's gonna read the book, he's gonna become a devotee. That gradually faded. So, and then everyone was looking to these guys just to bring the money and the numbers. And that just wasn't inspiring. The inspiration to do what they've been doing, or what led them to this point, that evaporated. And they didn't want to do that anymore. And then when that happens, well, then, you get attracted to the opposite sex. That's one of the things that happens. One of the other things is you get pride, wealth, woman, and prestige, right? So these things then overwhelm the devotee. His potency becomes compromised by wealth, woman, prestige. I'm summing it up in a simple way, okay. But I saw that it was very clear.
Why do you think the devotees started introducing this?
Why did they?
Yeah. What caused the shift?
The shift. Well, you can say wealth, woman, and prestige. And if I come back with $100 more than everybody else, everyone's going to think I'm a great guy. If I sell more books than everybody else, which is fine. But these things are always, even in, we read our Bhagavatam, right? And there's so many stories of how a great devotee falls down or gets diverted. So it's kind of like that. And in the presence of Prabhupada, Even in the presence of Prabhupada, I asked him one day, why is it? It seems like everyone who's been your servant or secretary, in due course of time, they almost inevitably fall down. Why is that? He said, because they think the spiritual master is an ordinary man. So everyone's subject to be attacked by Maya. Everyone. And the other thing is, of course, we're Western people. You can do the shade so you don't,
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
I like it.
Western, the boys and girls, right? They have no background, no cultural, traditional, philosophical, nothing. In India, of course, people grow up, even if they don't follow, they have some idea that there are certain standards and admirable, right? To be truthful, to be clean, to be celibate, to be like that. So, Prabhupada came, and anyone and everyone, anyone who's, okay, come on, let's go. I remember Buddhimanta, we became good friends. But when he first came, he was just like 16, 17 years old. He was a hippie in San Francisco, distributing a hippie newspaper, Berkeley Bar. So,
Got it.
Hare Krishna, thank you. So exactly how he came, I don't know. I can't remember. But
Oh, thank you. Sure.
And then here are your original ones. You gave me of the same one.
okay, thank you. But he was one of these, he was like more than 6 feet tall, very energetic guy, and kind of hyper, right?
Mhm.
And so he comes to the temple, and he, what do I do? What do I do now? And so finally they decide the guy is becoming a nuisance, sort of. So they decide to give him a stack of Krishna books. And go out and try to sell these. I figure he'll be out there all day. He's never going to sell them, because no one ever has, right? He goes out, and half hour later he comes back. He said, "Okay, I sold them. What do I do now?" So he became one of the great distributors. So much so that Keshava, who was Karanda's brother, took him on a world tour, so to speak. And that's, I think, the first time I met him. He came to Germany. And I thought, how's this guy going to show our guys how to... He can't speak one word of German, right? So before he goes out, he approaches me, he says, how do you say, please? I say, bitte. How do you say contribution? I'd say, spende. He said, well, which way does it go? Spende bitte or bitte spende? I said, it doesn't matter either way. So he goes out, and he practically would fall down on his knees and tug somebody's pant leg and not let him go until he bought a book, right? And of course our guys saw all that, and they would... So, things like that. It was a very, all the things that were introduced, like the love feast, that was Kirtananda's idea. It wasn't like Prabhupada said, I think we should have a Sunday, but no. Kirtananda thought of it, and Prabhupada sanctioned it, or he confirmed it. He said, yes, do that, that's very good. So many, many things were like that. I remember when I was in Montreal, because I was a Navy guy, right? And also I was always up early. It was my nature to be up early, and I liked taking a cold shower. But our guys were not getting up early and taking cold showers. So I at one point wrote to Prabhupada and suggested that it might be a good idea if they, our guys get up and earlier and so forth. And Prabhupada said, yes, that's very good, and kind of confirmed it in his own way. So many, many things came like that.
Okay. When did devotees start to wake up? Before 4, because Prabhupada made that rule. Before 4 you wake up, but I was doing some research and devotees were not waking up from the very beginning.
Right. I can't say. I just know that wherever I went, we got up early. We got up early. Not necessarily to take a cold shower, but it was Yeah, I was a little older than most. I was 25, almost 26 when I came. 26 almost. A month shy of 26. So I'd spent 3-4 years in the military. So you learn how to kind of organize and, like that.
What about Kirtanananda? You mentioned Kirtanananda before, but maybe you could tell a little bit more about him, because
Kirtanananda, I only knew him because I couldn't, we couldn't move into the New York temple because I was married, and they didn't tell me that because they didn't know how. It was so early on, they were kind of like, it was a little awkward to tell someone, the women, because it was free love and everything, so forth and so on. Anyway, so he had gone to Montreal a week or two earlier before I came, and they suggested, well, Keith just went to Montreal, maybe if he'll agree would you go there? And I said, yeah, I go anywhere, I've been a sailor, I've been everywhere, whatever. So I went there, and I understood right off, because of this military, background that I had, that he was the leading guy, him and Brahmananda. But for me, Kirtanananda, because I was out of New York and was there was just Kirtanananda, myself, Himavati, Pradyumna, and Janardhan. Sometimes he came, but he was going to school. So our first engagement was just ripping up the bowling gutters, make it a flat one surface. And he taught me to cook simple things, chapatis, rice, dal.
Okay.
And simple subjects, generally cabbage and potatoes, or sometimes just potatoes wet, So end of March I came, say March, April, May, June. End of June he was gone.
Okay.
So without any experience really, save and except those first few months, he went off and he became Prabhupada's servant and went to India with him. And I did not have any further association with Kirtanananda because I was sent to Germany. So Kirtanananda was in New Vrindavan. I mean, I remember the day he came back after him and Hayagriva had gone away for some days, or actually it was about a year, I think. I happened to be in New York, and I saw him come walking down 2nd Avenue with his danda and his dhoti, all clean shaved. So the only time I saw him again was when we went to India. And I tended to stay kind of aloof from him because anyway, he didn't like being in India. He wanted to be back in New Vrindavan. He eventually did, which brings up an interesting story, which I should tell because it was very important for me. He didn't care. He didn't like being in India, Kirtanananda, and he had his own New Vrindavan thing. So, but at any rate, Prabhupada wanted him there because he was a leading devotee. And he was sent to Gorakhpur, where Prabhupada had one disciple who was a Mohammedan, who was a professor at the university in Gorakhpur. His name was Ramananda Roy. His initiated name, if I remember right. So I was the secretary at the time, and we got a letter from Kirtanananda, and he was, complaining, or he just in a letter, he wanted to go back to New Vrindavan. He thought this was a waste of time. So Prabhupada just said to me, he said, write him an encouraging letter. But in my mind I'm thinking, yeah, let him go, who cares about him? Because, we just didn't exactly get off harmoniously. Although there was nothing, that ever happened between us. So I went back to my room and I thought, okay, I got to write him an encouraging letter. Where in my heart I was really thinking, I would rather write, yeah, go, goodbye. But I didn't. I had to think, now, what would Prabhupada say to encourage him? And so in this mindset, I began to formulate a letter in the spirit, what I call the spirit of Prabhupada. The letter was sent off, and when the reply came, he was completely transformed, right? He was enthusiastic, and then I realized that this is what it means to serve or act in the spirit of Prabhupada, to understand his purpose, and then to express that in whatever way you are asked to do it. And I think this is what makes the difference between those that were, prominent and those that were not so prominent, that they embraced the purpose and the intention and Prabhupada's goal. They just embraced it. That's what it was. Sort of like, in the gangster world, a man rises up when he understands what the Don wants, and whatever it is, he does it. So I know it's a crude example, but it's that. And I think military life is like that. That's how Napoleon, he became very prominent. He could never have risen in the ranks like he did, because he was not actually French. He was, I think, from Corsica, or he considered and so they would routinely or traditionally keep such a person, and he wouldn't rise to the ranks like he did, but he rose to the rank because he embraced the cause and the purpose of the then ruling, person or administration, whatever you call it. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't like broccoli, right?
It's not that I don't like it, but I thought your wife was going to make that same.
Yeah, but we just don't have any cauliflower, so.
That's all right. Broccoli's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, as long as it's done. Some people, they like that Chinese
No.
style where it's half cooked.
Raw.
No. Yeah, no, I'm not into that.
Okay.
Yeah, that there was another. I don't know if I should tell you this. It's kind of. Who's going to see this?
Everyone.
Oh, well, I'll tell it to you off camera.
Okay, right.
Something, we don't want to say any disparaging things.
Sure.
Okay.
I was reading about, this is in your book, Prabhupada, his movement and you.
Yeah.
Your letter to Kirtanananda. And you mentioned in that letter that Kirtanananda
told me.
Said, yes, that we should have been Ritviks.
Yeah, he did. When I fell down, I went to New Vrindavan. And the reason I went there is because Kirtananda fell down. I thought, well, he'll understand what, my situation here. He early on, he took sannyas, right? You know the history, and he fell down, then he came back, and everything was set straight, and he went on to develop New Vrindavan. So I thought I would go to New Vrindavan, and maybe he can help me, because I was really mortified. Really mortified. And anyway, I came to see that he could not help me. Neither could and any other of my god brothers helped me because I saw they all had the same problem that I have. It just hasn't manifested yet. That was very clear to me. And in fact, Harikesh told me I should commit suicide. Anyway, so I wound up going to India afterwards to see Bhakti True. And then I also visited Sridhar because I had visited Sridhar with Bhakti True before Sridhar became an issue or a controversy. I went there with Bhakti True. We were very, how do you say, friends. We were friends, good friends. He also spoke German. He had been in Germany before he left there and joined in India. But so it was very kind of inspiring to hear Sridhar just, you know, have darshan there. And he was also very inclined to, I don't know if that's the right word, but he was very friendly. It made me feel very friendly. And he knew that I was one of Prabhupada's, you know, leading disciples. But he also couldn't help me. And then I realized that nobody can help me except Prabhupada. Krishna, and you know, that's the end all. That's just the way it is. There's no. Yeah, that's all there is. So Kirtananda, I wrote that letter. I don't know if I wrote the letter before I went there or after. Probably before visiting, because I don't think I'd ever been.
93, I think it was written.
Yeah,
93.
I don't think I'd ever been in New Vrindavan. Something like that, yeah. Yeah, and he did, you know, he was kind of keen on that. I remember him articulating that before everything started to unravel. But apparently, you know, he got caught up just like everybody else. You know, it's just, people often, you know, express that there was some conspiracy, you know, but I don't see that way. I think that it was a case of, you know, Prabhupada often mentions this world is the cheaters and the cheated. So when Prabhupada disappeared, then naturally all the leading people, and I wrote a letter to this effect, and I think it's in the book, right, which was written to Veda, I think, just for my own clarification, but also for him, that I think every leading disciple wanted to be a guru, just natural. But Prabhupada modified that. He didn't give the blank check. And that was a kind of disappointment, and I felt that also. But at the same time, I understood this is a very, you know, Ritvik representative of the Acharyas, a great responsibility, great honor, and it's not like a bureaucratic thing, like some devotees that think it's just like, well, you know, somebody, like a clerk, he'll just, you go to DMV and he stamps your driver's license, you're okay to go. No, it's not like that. But so, what am I saying? So what happened was, because everyone became infected with this to fulfill this desire, and you know, to be a guru, just that was there, that was unavoidably there, that was unmistakably there. And you know, maybe I shouldn't say this, but I think everyone became infected with Maya, and the desire to have that prestige. Not just a prestige, there's wealth, woman, and prestige. Prabhupada once said to me, he said, you can give up illicit sex, you can give up meat eating, you can give up gambling, intoxication, you can give up the wealth, the woman, but to give up prestige is nearly impossible. And Bhaktivedanta recently, some months ago, I read an article on the Sampradaya son, Bhaktivedanta. He said, in this world people take to religion, austerity, penance, renunciation, yoga, and so. Have you read it?
Well, you mentioned it before.
I mentioned,
the
yeah.
last time.
You should read it because it's the first line, and I thought, wow, what a thing to say. That everyone takes up these things which are considered very noble, right? Holy and divine and desirable, but their purpose is prestige. And yes, so and it's a very short article. He says, and the only way actually, the more one, how do you say, becomes renunciate or austere, the more this pratishtha grows.
Yeah. Prabhupada also calls it the last snare of Maya.
Yeah, he said to be a guru or to be God. These are the two things. Two things.
Mm-hmm.
I am the guru. I am God. Krishna. So in the article, he said the only way that this pratishtha can be subdued or neutralized, I can't remember the exact word he used, is to take complete shelter in the lotus feet association of pure devotee. Then it's possible. And even then we saw that sometimes a person still would become infected. So, does it answer your question?
Yeah, but historically, how did you? Well, you got the letter, the July 9 letter.
I was still in Sri Lanka, yeah.
And you understood that this is Ritvik on behalf of Prabhupada.
Right.
Everyone can be guru.
Right.
If you repeat the message, you're
Yeah.
immediately
Yeah.
a guru, just like little Saraswati is a guru.
Yeah.
Because she says
Yeah.
Krishna is the Supreme Personality of
Yeah.
Godhead.
Yeah.
But when we speak of the initiating guru, one who accepts disciples, it's very clear from Prabhupada's writings that one has to be on the highest level of realization.
It is and it isn't. It is when you take it as confirmation of what you follow. One confirms the other. But if that ambition, if you allow that ambition, in other words, if you don't recognize and check that ambition within yourself, then you become infected. And once you become infected, once you allow yourself, even just, how do you say, in your imagination or in your mental roomings, intellectual roomings. I was going to finish my thought from before, but
Okay.
about the cheaters and the cheated, but
Sure.
it just grows. It just grows. You know, it's like walking into some place and say I come to visit here and I see, a handful of money somewhere in the drawer, and I think, and then if you allow that to fester, then you might actually take it and go and think, who's going to know? So this is the nature of, control. To control or not. The mind is one's best friend, one's enemy as well. So, but I was started on a point before. It's a question of the cheaters and the cheated. Prabhupada disappeared. Now, there are 11 or 12 men who have been designated as those who should continue initiation. Now, the question is whether they're going to initiate in the way that Prabhupada outlined in that July 9th letter. So when they came, anyway, we drove to Montreal with Sam Greer, Shivananda's green Volkswagen bus, which he was very attached to. He was like an outdoor fisher guy, nice chap. He kept saying, now, he was really worried that I'm not going to come back with the bus, so something will happen. He said, you really be careful. Okay, all right. Anyway, when we came to 26 2nd Avenue, Kirtananda took us upstairs, me and Himavati. And we opened the door to his little room. And he looked up and he said, "Oh, you've come." Anyway, then I sat down, like you're sitting there, Prabhupada's over there, a little more close. And I was sitting, just opposite. He's sitting against the wall behind his metal box. And I was so nervous. After I make obeisances, oh, this is what happened, yeah, come in. And I'm standing in front of Prabhupada and all my limbs gave way. Like when you take a hit of LSD, you just kind of like become jellified, that there's that sensation. So I kind of collapsed on the floor and made obeisances. Then I sat back and I was looking directly at Prabhupada, and he started to say how the karmis, they like all nasty things like coffee, cigarettes, and tea, and we like all. I remember this line. So I'm looking at Prabhupada, and he starts to like streams, streaming, like when you sometimes when you're looking towards some bright thing, there's too much light. Anyway, so I squinted. I thought that's because I'm staring. So no, but then I'm looking, and it's more and more, and Prabhupada becomes his whole being becomes like golden, shining golden, like molten gold. Then I turned my head and, blinked and turned this way, and I'm seeing Prabhupada like this, and it's just going on. And this happened practically every time I would see Prabhupada in another circumstance and had the opportunity of just really uninterruptedly seeing him. So it wasn't my imagination, it was really something happening. At any rate...
What did you think?
I didn't think, I couldn't, what could I think of, just seeing this, I was just... And before we left, I went to Prabhupada, the Swami. I said, "Oh, Swamiji, I'm married, and so what should I do as a service? What is it that I should do?" He said, "Have 100 children for Krishna." I thought, oh my goodness. So on the way back, that child was conceived. It was born still later. Later it was born still, and that was foretold before I even met or became a devotee. We visited a friend. Her mother came. She was psychic lady. She was a little famous sort of. As a child, she saw the Hindenburg burn up, and in the psychic vision. Anyway, so when we came to visit this girl, she was an artist like we were, and we walked in. As soon as that lady saw Himavati, she said, "Your first child will be stillborn." And I never forgot that. So the night we went to the hospital, I went to the hospital, and Himavati was in the delivery room, and I was remembering that. And then in those days you couldn't go in the delivery room. Now you can, I think you can. But anyway, at one point I saw the doctors and the nurses, they come out and they were kind of in the huddle, and I could understand from their facial and everything. So they came outside, and I said, "It's okay, I understand, I know." And then the next day, I don't know, the next day or the day after, next day I think, Prabhupada announced he's going to install the Jagannath deities. I think I told you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's there. But I asked Prabhupada, why did that happen? Why is the child stillborn? He said the child only had a little more time to do. So he went back. That's what he said. So, anyway, that was my first Krishna. I think after that we went to Boston to. No, I think we went back to Montreal. Wait a minute. What am I talking about? When she gave birth. Okay. No, then we went back to Montreal after that because we opened Boston somewhere in between. She was pregnant at the time we were in Boston. Anyway, Krishna, what else you want to know?
From Germany, you went to India because we saw the movies. You were in India with Prabhupada when Prabhupada introduced dancing white elephants.
Yeah,
You were there at that time, right?
Yeah, that was 19. I think it was 70, right? Or was it
70,
71?
yeah.
I can't remember.
70.
70? Yeah. Yeah, we were always hosted by some aristocratic or wealthy family. We were hosted by the Bajaj family. They make the motor scooters. And we were at Bobby's ashram. He was like the right-hand man to Gandhi. Bhagubhai Jariwala, he was the biggest jari maker in Surat. Yeah, I think there are a lot of videos of that.
Yeah.
And we went to Kumbh Mela also. Kumbh Mela. So Kumbh Mela was we were a sensation, right? White people, Kumbh Mela. And there's a particular astrological time period or window where if you take a bath, it's said you're guaranteed you're going to be liberated. So we, myself, Himavati, Madhavisa, Tamal, we would go early in the morning. You had to go like 3:30, something like that, and immerse yourself and chant the Gayatri mantra. So, and it was pitch black. There were no lights, nothing. The wind is blowing around. It was, I think, January, February, I think. So I asked Prabhupada, I just wanted to make sure. I said, Prabhupada, is it true that if you take the bath on this particular time, I think you had to do it 1 week long, or 2 weeks, I can't remember. He said, yes, it's guaranteed. You're liberated. He said, but we didn't come here for that. We're already liberated. He said, we came here to preach. But I went anyway. I wanted to have an insurance policy. So, yeah, that was very, very sensational. All through that, it was about 10-month period, I think, that we traveled. And Prabhupada, yeah, he sent me, Giriraj, myself, Giriraj, Himavati. He sent us on traveling Sankirtan. Right. And of course we don't know anybody, we don't know anything. But I remember Prabhupada, because I asked him, well, because we didn't have any money, nothing. He said, just keep chanting Hare Krishna, Krishna will provide everything. So we wound up in Agra at one point, in a Vitalnath temple. In the top floor they gave us a room in Agra. Agra. And Himavati got typhoid fever. And I didn't know that, but she was just like deathly sick, hallucinating, everything. So at first I tried, calling in the doctor and this and that, and nothing worked. At that time I had met a man who turned me on to the Eretz mucusless diet healing system. It was one of those things, which kind of focused on eliminating foods that cause mucus, like white bread, sugar, and so on, and eat fruit, which I did. And the man told me, he said, because I had terrible sinus problems, and one of the things I didn't know is that I would sleep with rose garlands, but I didn't realize I was allergic to roses. So in the morning I'd wake up, my face, my eyes, my nose, everything. So I met this man. He said, if you follow this diet, in 3 days, this will be disappear, never come back, as long as you stick to the diet. He gave me a little book, which I did, and sure enough, yeah. Anyway, but while I was doing this, Himavati got this typhoid. And no one, doctors came and couldn't do anything. Finally, I decided, hey, you got to follow this mucusless diet healing system. Right? And I locked the door, and that was it. And you know, people pounding on the door, she's going to die, and so forth and so on. And even Himavati, she said, you know, this is, you know, I said, no, this is going to work, believe me. And sure enough, after about, I don't know, 7 days, on Lord Chaitanya's appearance day, the fever broke and she was okay. So anyway, I learned from that it's a fact. If you just keep chanting, everything will come. Whatever it is you need, it'll come. Nothing to worry about. So Giriraj was with us. Giriraj, he became a devotee in Boston early on. Nice devotee. Anyway, then what? And that was some of our first preaching movements. In those days, they had the communist influence. They called them Naxalites. They were blowing things up and so forth and so on. So sometimes we went to a program, and they'd be there. And one time in particular, they surrounded the car. You know, hundreds of them. They started rocking it. I'm going to flip it over. And we were in the car with Prabhupada. Himavati fainted. She was like, but we survived, you know.
And the German yatra was going on. You trained the people there, and
yeah, the German yatra was going on, and I left. I think Krishnadas in charge. Krishnadas. He was a young boy from San Francisco studying. He was studying jewelry making, and I'm not sure if I got the years right, but I think that was the year that Prabhupada flew to Moscow. Am I right? To meet Professor Katowski.
It was 71.
Okay, 71. So I was there. We had come to Vishakhapatnam. Puri Maharaj had invited Prabhupada to open his temple, right? A great honor. And Prabhupada was supposed to go to Moscow at the end of this program. And I was supposed to go with him because I was the secretary, and in some ways helped set that up. And I was really looking forward to that. So,
why were you looking forward to it?
It just seemed like a far-out thing to go to Russia with Prabhupada. And nothing spiritual, you know, just me having some sense gratification, I guess. Anyway, it seemed like an extraordinary thing. But also I wondered, why would Prabhupada fly all the way to Moscow, spend a handful of money to see somebody just for a few days? It just didn't. Of course, now I know, wherever Prabhupada touched down, you know, the fire of Krishna consciousness expanded inexplicably. So, but this is what happened. So, I'm the secretary. So the secretary's business is, I don't know if you know the routine. The letters come in. The secretary opens all the letters and he reads them and underlines the points.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
and then he just passes those points to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada makes some comment, and then you have to fill out a letter. So in comes a letter, and in the letter, Krishnadas explained that he had left and gone to Sweden with this girl. And anyway, you know, he fell into Maya. Mm. So Prabhupada looked at me, he said, "You have to go back." Oh. Anyway, so from that, when Prabhupada went and took Shyam Sundar instead.
But when you didn't even show him the letter, he knew it was inside, right?
Yeah, he did. He for some reason, you know, he was looking at the envelope, you know, and he was just turning it over. And he said something to the effect that I think Krishna Das or he fell into my open the letter, and sure enough, of course. So, you know, I had to go back. So I decided to go overland because at that time that was my zone, Pakistan and Iran and all these countries, including Africa. So we traveled overland back to Germany.
Wow.
And that was really trying because the temple was, you know, they hadn't paid the rent in I don't know how many months, and
In Germany.
yeah.
Okay.
It was just it was almost like it had stood still from the day I left,
Mhm.
and I was really depressed. I would go every day and meet the postman, you know, walk 3 or 4 blocks down the road before he came to our place and ask if there was any mail for me. Because when Prabhupada wrote it was in these aerograms, you know, so it was very easy to spot in this thing. So, and if nothing came, I'd just go back to the temple, go to sleep. And Himavati was running the temple. I just absolutely couldn't get myself to go through the routine of trying to get it all back together. It was difficult enough to get it going to begin with, right? But then one day, I don't know what got into me, I just decided, no, I'm going to do this, even if I have to spend the rest of my life here, I'm going to do this. And then from that point on, I went forward. So, Krishna.
Was that the time when you went through Afghanistan and all that?
Yeah, I went through Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey.
What was
And I think Sarva opened I think it was Sarva. He opened a place in Istanbul. We opened the center in Afghanistan, school for children, small. But you know, later the government came and closed it down. So, what else?
Okay, well, there's some letters here. Okay.
Yeah.
This is from 1974.
Yeah, letter.
October.
Okay.
Prabhupada said,
I'm going to leave. This is a different set, but done by she knows because she has read them. She can. I just leave them, and you know, as long as you're here. But then I have to take all that back.
okay, right.
Oh, here's one. And before we go any further, here's one more book goes with this set. And this is. And this, are you familiar with this book here?
Sounds familiar.
It's a Russian manuscript was discovered in Russia at the turn of the century. And what's interesting about this book, it's very simple. A Russian monk, he's traveling and he's trying to, he meets different kinds of, they're called starets, like holy people or priests. And he wants to know how to get saved, you know, what do I have to do? And no one really knows how to answer this question, except, and this is basically the conclusion of the book. And it's very, why is it so interesting? Because it completely corresponds with chanting the holy name, but in a Christian, you know. But on principle, on Siddhanta, right? It's the same thing. So I thought that might interest you.
Okay, so I'll look it up.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, here's from Madhavananda. I have heard that there is some worship of yourself by the other devotees. Of course, it is proper to offer obeisances to a Vaishnava, but not in the presence of the spiritual master. After the departure of the spiritual master, it will come to that stage, but now wait, otherwise it will create factions.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
And then Prabhupada refers to it in the conversation from 1977. Well, I'm not sure if it's connected, but it seems to be
Well,
related.
what happened was that this is
Yeah.
what happened. I had I was a kirtan guy, so when Prabhupada sent me to Bhaktivedanta Manor, London basically, to
Yeah.
take it over because it was going bankrupt. So there was some factions, very strong, under Shamsundar, Rabadinanda, and Madhavananda. And they would kind of exaggerate, make a kind of a false news, fake news. Anyway, because when we had kirtan, it was done in such a way I was generally in the middle, right? And that's basically what it amounted to. So they reported that they were worshiping me, but it's not really a fact. It's more like, just like Shamsundar told Prabhupada I'd sent the devotees to work in a cigarette factory.
Mhm.
Not a fact, but things like that sometimes happen. So when they got clarified, everything was all right. Suddenly I closed the Edinburgh temple because they didn't have a single person that knew what to do. But I didn't close it just to close it. I closed it to take them to London and train them up and then send them back and do the right thing. So when Prabhupada got the, complete information, then everything was adjusted.
Okay.
I mean, that's, what can I say?
Alright, that clarifies a lot. Alright, so I'm just gonna come back to the Ritvik appointment.
Yeah.
Just
The letter?
the letter, yeah. When you got the letter, how did you understand the order, the Ritvik system? Is it gonna last even after Prabhupada departs?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
to
yeah,
Ritvik,
yeah.
what does it mean to be Ritvik?
Well, at that time it would have been hard for me to, because I didn't come to Vrindavan until October,
Yeah.
where the others were already there and had all kinds of conversations.
Mhm.
But to me it was like this was going to be the arrangement. And when I came to Vrindavan and saw Prabhupada, as soon as I saw him, I understood that Prabhupada has made up his mind he's going to go. That was my, impression.
Mhm.
It's like you come to visit a friend, you see the suitcases are packed and everything's like, you realize, oh, this person's going to go on a trip.
Mhm.
It's clear, right?
Yeah.
So it was like that for me. It was like that for me. And as I said, I had this epiphany on top of that, that some of the experienced disciples, they stay with the spiritual master in the last days. So, I was waffling over this until that came to my mind, then I reread it and I said, but these are the last days. Even if Prabhupada stays another 20 years, these are the last days. So I just decided to put that out of my mind, I'm just going to stay here. For however long it takes, didn't really matter. So that was very kind of, it was important for me.
Mhm.
It was important. I stayed with Bhardraj in the guest house. I didn't stay with Tamal and the other, people
Okay.
in the guest house. And my function was really, I was singing for Prabhupada. Most of the time, I was alone with Prabhupada singing. Yeah, one or two people come. But Prabhupada actually made a remark at some point. He said, he asked sometimes, where are the others? He said, and then he made a comment. He said, when we're talking of management and business, they come. But when chanting, that they go.
Yeah, he also said that they wanted to stay in their zones.
Yeah, that was my impression. I remember Kirtananda, as soon as there was one day where approached Prabhupada to appeal, that Prabhupada should appeal to Krishna to let him stay some more, because he's a pure devotee, and anything the pure devotee asks, Krishna will grant. So Prabhupada said, okay. And then the next day, they flew off. I mean, I know Kirtananda did, I think maybe Satrup did too, I don't know. But that was the general, feeling. At some point, there was an incident where Bhavananda was suggesting to Prabhupada, the Kaviraj said that if you take milk 12 times a day, that you'll gain strength, and Prabhupada said no. So he repeated that. Don't you think it's, if the Kaviraj says that you should try it? Prabhupada said no. I mean, very abrupt no. And then again he tried, and then Prabhupada finally said, why can't you let me die in peace? Another time, and similar, I think same time, in that same framework in time and back and forth, Jayapataka came in, and or he was there, and he said, he has a way of kind of almost shouting, "Oh, Prabhupada, don't you think if the current, we've all come here to, serve you?" So I can't remember the exact words. And Prabhupada remarked, "Yes, even when you're here, you're not here." So, yeah. There were other things, that there was this whole thing that Prabhupada wanted to go on Prikram, and Tamal was determined to convince Prabhupada it's not shouldn't do that, and So in one sense, I always felt like the oddball.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was an instance when you say that if Prabhupada says he's going to be cured by going on parikram, then we should do it.
Yeah, that was more important to Kaviraj or Prabhupada.
Yeah.
And to Tamal, I said, because he kept trying to paint me out like I was callous, I didn't care, I wanted to kill Prabhupada. I said, Tamal, why are you talking like that? Our business, we're disciples, we do what the spiritual master says. And I quoted this famous, ours is not to wonder why, ours is but to do or die. So if Prabhupada says he wants to go on Prikram, we should arrange for that. That's all. And there was a point where Prabhupada actually called us all in, he wanted to take a vote. How many people think, do you know this?
No.
Oh yeah, there was, called us all in, and he said, how many people think that I should, I can't remember if he used the word allowed or should not go on Parikram. I think it was allowed, but he said, he wanted to know how many people think that I should not go or be allowed to go on Parikram. And everybody raised their hand. Except me. And then he asked, how many people think that I should be allowed to go? So I raised my hand, and Giriraj raised his hand. But when he saw that we were the only two, he took his hand down. So, I don't know, it's just... And then I felt, of course, like, wow, am I thinking wrong? Is something wrong with me? How is it possible that I'm... Anyway.
It's interesting because Prabhupada is not controlled by the material laws.
Yeah.
He's liberated.
Yeah.
So if one thinks that he can save Prabhupada, it's a material concept.
Yeah, you can say, later on Tamal wrote a little book, the last, I don't know, like a little drama.
Yeah.
About Prabhupada's disappearing. And in that book, when I saw it, I got actually very disturbed. He painted me out like I was, some kind of a heartless, cruel but that wasn't. I simply understood. It's like being a military guy. The general says, "Do this," you do it. You can suggest, but you have to ask. Can I make a suggestion? But you can't just, go on. I mean, Tamal actually went out of his way to bring in Krishnadas, Babaji, and other Gaudiyas to basically to convince Prabhupada he shouldn't go on parikrama. I mean, I thought it was absurd. You would say, Prabhupada, do you realize how bumpy the road is? Like, Prabhupada doesn't know how bumpy the road is. He's born in, right? He doesn't know. He knows. He himself was a dealer in pharmaceuticals. He had friends. Dr. Ghosh was his friend, a doctor, and I don't know. I just assumed Prabhupada knows what he's doing. That's all. If he wants to go, we arrange for it. So Tamal actually thought of that because Prabhupada asked me and Lokanath Swami to take charge of that and get a bullock cart. And so when I would ask Tamal for we need some money. I don't have anything. I came from Sri Lanka with nobody and nothing. So, he said, well, you're the one that wants to take Prabhupada on parikrama. And I said, Tamal, it's not like I want to take Prabhupada on parikrama. Prabhupada wants to go, and he asked us to make arrangements, so that's all. And I need your cooperation. Without your cooperation, what can I do? So after that incident, I was really kind of disturbed, I have to say, and with Tamal, who's, I told you we were very, very, close. And I remember being really, and so one morning we were chanting our rounds, going around the temple, and I just came face to face with him inadvertently. And I thought, well, I might as well get it off my chest. So I said, Tamal, you did the wrong thing. And he, I said, no. I said, you did the wrong thing, and you're going to pay for that. You did the wrong thing. You shouldn't have done that. And that, I don't know if that's the last time I talked to him, or I can't remember. Anyway, whatever. And his point was, everyone, I remember talking to him about his little book. He said, well, it's just a way that every disciple has their own way of showing their love for the spiritual master. I said, Tamal, that's presumptuous. We don't have any love for the spiritual master. We just do what he says, that's all. I said, I just do what he says. That's all I know. I don't know anything else. And, I kind of left it at that. But I don't know. Krishna, Hare Krishna.
So when Prabhupada left, what happened? How do you remember? What?
Well, there's a routine that the spiritual master this was Bhavananda, Tamal, and can't remember who else. They bathe him, put new clothing. Then he's taken to the Vyasa-san. And then there's kirtan all night. I remember Narayan sang Ye Anilo Premadana, famous kind of. And I have to say, ever since I heard that, I always liked singing that song, Ye Anilo Premadana, very soulful. Anyway, Krishnadas Babaji was there, but most of the devotees kind of spaced out and fell asleep at some point. It's all night. But Krishnadas Babaji, he was up all night singing. Narayan was there. I don't know if he was there all night. And then the next morning, there's a parade, and Prabhupada's carried on a palanquin through the streets of Vrindavan.
Yeah, we saw that in the movie.
Yeah, and I was the last day of Prabhupada's presence. The Kaviraj said in the morning that Prabhupada would probably leave his body at 6:30, something like that. So that day I sang, sitting on Prabhupada's bed. I was actually sitting on his bed, and I sang till about 6 in the evening. But I had to pass urine so, badly. I'm a frequent urine guy, so 6 hours for me is. So I asked Bardrash to sing. I said, I'm going to run upstairs real quick. So I quickly ran upstairs. Then I thought, it could be a long night. Kaviraj could be wrong. And so to refresh, I quickly jumped, took a cold shower, put on my door, come back out. As I came down, I saw all the devotees were, scattered like billiard balls. When you, then I could understand that Prabhupada had departed. So from the window, if this is a window here on the outside and the domes of the temple. Oh, have you been in Vrindavan? Okay, so you're looking. I could look straight in. Prabhupada's sister was weeping and rubbing his chest all over him. And they started the process to give him a bath, bathe him and dress him. Then the next morning, they put him in the samadhi, a deep hole, had to be 6 feet or more deep. And they sit Prabhupada down, and then they pack salt from head to toe. There's probably video right
Yeah, everything,
Yeah, and, that's Krishna, Hare Krishna.
What about the devotees that were devastated, I assume?
I can't even remember what I did afterwards. I know that I did not participate in, except for a token, put some dirt, and then I stood far a distance to see everything from a distant spot. I mean, in the compound, of course. Then later on, probably the next day, Tamal distributed the prasadam of Prabhupada, different items. So I got a ring from Prabhupada. What is that ring? This ring.
Okay. Wow.
Red one, huh? Red one, yeah. So that ring was made by Shyam Sundar when Shyam Sundar was in his ruby business. And so after I got this ring, that evening I had a dream. I had a dream with Prabhupada. And we were going on Prikram, myself and a few other devotees, we were going on Prikram right past the gate that faces Prabhupada's room or house. And in the dream I looked over and I saw Prabhupada standing in the doorway. I thought, that's funny, I thought Prabhupada left. I mean, it's a very vivid dream. Prabhupada left. So I paused and he said, where are you going? I said, we're going on Prikram. And he said, can I come? I said, yeah, of course. So he came and we started walking. And at one point he said, where is that ring? And I immediately knew that, because I didn't have any other rings. I said, I left it in my room. Prabhupada said, why? I said, well, when I play the drum, it cuts my finger. He said, oh. So he said, Shyam Sundar gave me that ring. I said, yes, Prabhupada, I know. He said, it's not finished very well. It's not very perfect, I think he said that. I said, it doesn't matter, Prabhupada. Anything from you is perfect. Then we go a little further, then he stopped again. He said, that ring is a ruby, and a ruby is meant for a king. That was the end of the dream. So I'm not trying to imply, I'm just saying this was a dream. I had many dreams of Prabhupada in Montreal, and especially when he was here. Krishna, Hare Krishna.
So when you got the letter, the July 9 letter,
Yeah.
you knew that this is
Yeah, I knew in a sense
The
you're
order.
asking the question in a different sense. I hadn't been to Vrindavan, you
Mhm.
know,
Mhm.
because I was involved with this Kabur thing.
Yeah.
And I was receiving regular letters from Tamal and also from Prabhupada. And Tamal was writing how Prabhupada's so excited every morning he wakes up, is any news from Sri Lanka, and so forth and so on. So it was very exciting for me. And I didn't come until I think beginning of October. I can't remember the exact date. So receiving that letter was not exactly like it was for those who were in Vrindavan, because they have been having ongoing discussions.
Mhm.
And obviously the pivot of their discussion, or the main thesis or current, was, you know, what about initiating after you're gone?
Yeah.
Right? So I never heard those. I think I didn't even hear them to this day exactly. Maybe just some snippets.
Mhm.
I read some transcripts, but not exactly. So I didn't, you know, my thought process or my mindset was not like someone who had been throughout all that time with Prabhupada. But as I said, when I arrived there, as soon as I saw Prabhupada, it was just obvious to me that Prabhupada has made up his mind. He's going to go.
Mhm.
And that was sort of confirmed by him on different occasions, you know, by things responses that he had to devotees.
So the letter was, you understood that this was a permanent
Yeah,
order.
Yeah. We understood it was a permanent order. Why? You know, someone would say, how could you? Because Prabhupada would talk many things and sometimes project some plan, right? But unless you received an order to that effect, you know, a letter, something written, it was a different thing, you know. Prabhupada said you can say anything, but don't put in writing because that makes it legal. So, and that Prabhupada would make the comment about, say, Brahmananda. Somebody said when you were formulating the list, that what about Brahmananda? And Prabhupada's response was, no, not unless he's fit. So it wasn't like some people today suggest. These were just, you know, random functionary choices. No, it wasn't like that. It was, these were the people that Prabhupada wanted or felt had, you know, performed the services that indicated they were capable people. You know, opening temples, printing books, so forth and so on.
So now what happened in between this time and the Gorpanim 78, when, you know, there were 11 successor acharyas nominated, or, you know, announced that they're gonna be the successors to Prabhupada, the Diksha Gurus.
What happened?
What happened
is
in
your
between?
question. It's hard to say because I was Prabhupada left, and I had almost immediately the next day I had to go to Germany to pick up the legal the legal thread to that court case, which was a big deal. And Harikesh had, you know, become prominent there. He was sent. In fact, I suggested he go there to Prabhupada when we were in Hyderabad, because I didn't think Jyotirtha really could do what had to be done there. And I was right. He was very good. He printed a lot of books. And I had come to know Harikesh for the first time in Hyderabad. We became very friendly also. And he wanted to actually go to America and join Tamal's party. I said, why do you want to do that? Why don't you go to Germany? Because they need somebody there. Jai Tirtha can't do what has to be done, you know, Sankirtan and all that. He's not that kind of person. So why not, I can suggest to Prabhupada to send you, then you'll have your own field and you don't have to contend with, you know, anybody getting on your case. What do you say? He said, yeah. So I suggested to Prabhupada, and Prabhupada agreed to send Harikesh there. Anyway, when I came there for the court case, Harikesh was so uptight, you know, about my coming back, because all these devotees knew me, they knew me very directly, personally, and they liked me, and I liked them, and you know, and all of a sudden the situation, you know, has changed drastically, and I'm going to come back. So he made it a point to tell me, don't come to the kirtans, don't give any lecture, don't even talk to these people, these, you know. And he gave me a room at the very top, basically in the attic of that schloss, right? To make sure that I would not, he had it in his head that I was just going to initiate everybody and take them away. I said, I have no idea. I said, I'm glad to be out of here. I mean, I did my time here. This was a grueling, how do you say, situation which, you know, have no desire to do anything like that. So don't worry, but he just didn't believe that. He was really paranoid. So, and I complied, you know, I just stayed there. Then I went to the court case, which was sensational, by the way. You could make a whole movie about it. And then when it was done, I went to America. My zone was that Berkeley place, Berkeley. Which I didn't want. I tried to convince the GBC not to send me there. I said, you know, Prabhupada said I shouldn't have anything to do with management or administration. I should just preach and have kirtan all over the world. And they took this to mean that, oh, I'm, you know, trying to be, you know, run all over and you know, do my thing, right? Mm-hmm. Anyway, so I came to Berkeley, which was a nut house, a mess. You know, they had the women's party and all kinds of problems, you know, big problems.
And at this point, did you understand that you were a Ritvik or a full-fledged guru?
You know, it just never, that time wasn't yet, at least not for me. It wasn't, I mean, the problems in Berkeley were so enormous, so glaring, right? Mm-hmm. That,
because I saw a picture, that's Gorpanim 1978, and there were these 11 Vyasasants.
Yeah.
And that, so far I'm concerned, that was like the official announcement that these guys are the gurus, and you're going to worship them as good as Prabhupada.
I think so. I think it was more gradual than that. It wasn't quite that like declaring World War II or something. You know, it was a period where I think everyone, maybe I'm wrong, was deliberating over this or wrestling with it or exactly. Mm-hmm. I mean, one of the reasons I say that, because at some point they went to Sridhar Maharaj.
Okay, yeah.
To consult him, yes. Which means they weren't.
Continue, yeah.
You know, once you allow a thought of lusty desires, whether they're, you know, sexual or drug or steal some money or something, once you allow it to ruminate and circulate in your brain, it grows. So it's kind of like that, you know. But as I said, it was not a linear thing that, you know, 3 guys, 5 guys, or 12 guys in a room decided we're going to take over the movement.
Okay.
You follow? It was from both sides of the aisle, not just the men that had been given this designation,
Sure.
but you had all these devotees who wanted to be initiated, and they're not going to be initiated by Prabhupada because Prabhupada's gone.
Okay.
So they're thinking like, so you know, which one of these gurus could I go with and not have to pay the full retail price? You follow, like we discussed before?
Okay. So they were not sincere.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I think they were, because they had already been infected with this idea that we're going to be gurus. So it takes time for a thing to mature. You know,
Sure.
It doesn't. At least this is how I, understood it or think about it.
Okay. So these different disciples, they're waiting because Tamal was, he was postponing the initiations. That's why
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know.
he was postponing because, and he told us to Prabhupada on a conversation that Prabhupada, we know that the spiritual master, when he takes initiation, he takes the karma of the disciples. So, it's better that, we wait, and what do we do? He was asking, and then Prabhupada, dictated the July 9 letter. So, there were many devotees waiting for the initiation.
But I addressed this point in a letter to Pratitosh. I posed a few questions that, okay, Prabhupada's not going to initiate, right? But if the Ritviks initiate, there's still the karma goes to Prabhupada.
Yes.
So
No. He was saying that.
no. This is my point.
Okay.
I formulated several questions regarding this issue of Ritviks. Prabhupada's not going to initiate. It's going to wait. But at any rate, if the Ritvik initiates or Prabhupada initiates, what's the difference? The Ritvik is an extension of Prabhupada,
Of course.
right? So that's not it's not a how do you say
Winning situation doesn't change anything.
Yeah, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't change the fact that Prabhupada's the end. He authorized these persons to act on his behalf.
But there were many disciples that were waiting for initiation from Prabhupada, no?
That I don't know because I was in Sri Lanka, right? There's nobody in Sri Lanka. There's just Sri Lanka,
Okay.
right?
Well,
So some of these things were not in my mind in the way that they were in other people's mind.
Okay, from what I researched, Tamal was basically getting letters, like the recommendations, right, from the temples.
Could be.
Temple presidents were sending these devotees that want initiation. So all these devotees,
So he was postponing until
he asked from Prabhupada what to do, and then Prabhupada named they can do, my representatives can do it.
okay.
So these devotees who were waiting for the initiation from Prabhupada, there were some Ritvik initiations before Prabhupada left the world. I found even a letter Tamal is writing to someone, I forgot exactly who it was, but Tamal is saying, yeah, you give these 11 you on the list, you can give initiations to people,
I don't know
Fiji
that.
or somewhere. So you didn't do any Ritvik initiations
No, I didn't.
since you got the letter, because there was no one in Sri Lanka.
No, there's no one.
Okay. Did the others do any? Do you know?
And that I also don't know. I never made it a point. But I mean, I told you, I immediately had to go to Germany, and I can't remember how long I was there, maybe 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
Dealing with this
Yes.
legal court case.
No, I mean before Prabhupada departed.
Before Prabhupada departed, I don't think, no, because we made, as I remember, we only made one devotee in Sri Lanka and all the time I was there.
Okay.
So it wasn't a place where you could make tons of devotees.
Okay, because there's a kind of like a theory that Tamal was postponing the initiations, and he kind of like made some politics. So there's no initiation with these Ritviks, no problem. So it's never actually done. And then when Prabhupada departs, he actually shows the 28th May conversation
Yeah.
where Prabhupada, they're his disciple, and from that they actually, reasoned that, the Ritvik is actually the guru.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm asking.
See, I don't know, because I
Mhm.
was not there when they had all these talks.
Okay.
I wasn't
So,
there.
so there must have been a point where you actually assume the position of the successor, the guru.
Yeah,
sitting on a Vyasa-san
there was, but like I
accepting the
said, it
disciple.
was because there was some reservation to begin with. Otherwise, why they went to Sridhar,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it was unclear. It was unclear even from the conversations. I mean,
Of course.
I think.
Yes, it is.
So, but one thing was clear, that everyone wanted to know who's going to... They were trying to soft pedal or say it in language which was not, how do you say, appearing ambitious or appearing
Offensive.
offensive or whatever.
Yeah.
So how did it happen? Some people say there was a conspiracy, people sat down, tumulted. I don't see that. At least I was never part of that kind of thing. And I don't see, I think it happened in a way which was almost inconceivably simultaneously one and different. It was a chincha, you follow? Everyone took what they thought they could, maybe stretch it as far as they could until it reached a point where it just it was sort of like a silent, what you mentioned once before,
Open secret.
an open secret. I shouldn't laugh, but something like that, I think.
Yes.
And once a thing is, come to a certain point,
There's
point
no
of no
coming back.
return, right? Point of no critical mass, they call it, or whatever. Then,
Okay. Now, when you assumed that position, what did you think?
I don't think you think properly. I think you just kind of, you kind of have to justify
Mm-hmm.
something which is not quite justifiable. And you can't talk to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
You can't talk to the regular rank and
course.
file. You can't talk to your god brothers. So it's this. There must be in psychology. I'm sure there's a term for it, but I don't know what it is.
Is it kind of like a Mayavadi impersonalist reaches a Brahman without?
It's the best way I can describe it. It's like taking a girl on a date, right?
Mhm.
Now, why do you take her on a date to begin? Because you like to eat in restaurants? No. There's some... But you might not tell yourself that, and she might not. But there's an unspoken motive there.
Yes.
Prabhupada said no one has to learn how to laugh or cry. So similarly, when it comes to, connecting with the opposite sex, you don't go to school for that.
Natural.
It unfolds in its own way.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a point where you can't reverse it. I don't know, I'm trying to address it the best I can.
Okay.
But,
Now the reason why I'm asking is that someone who's in that position now, is it that he is simply misled, or does he consciously cheating? This is the question.
well, I think you can't be misled unless you're cheating.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. How do you get misled, It's like asking someone, at what point did you fall asleep? What's the answer? I fell asleep, but how did that happen? There has to be some, decision. I'm going to go to sleep now. But you don't fall asleep right away.
In other words, there's no way how this is an innocent mistake.
No, there's no innocent. And the living entity of innocent, then we'd all be excused by Krishna for everything, because everything. Innocent means ignorance. Ignorance means not that I don't know. I do know, but I ignore what I know. You follow that point?
Yes.
Like I always give the same example. When you're driving and you're in a rural area, there's a stop sign, but you can see there's no one around for miles. You just go drive through it without stopping. So when that becomes a habit, we call it ignorance. But the original act is done knowingly, and then you do it repeatedly. It becomes a habit. So you can say, "Oh, I didn't know." Our business, our whole, devotee means to know. That's what it means. Veda means know. I am seated in everyone's heart. From me comes knowledge, remembrance, forgetfulness. So to say I didn't know, then how can you not know? That's what you're supposed to. You're supposed to be the one who knows. Like I said, I think there's every single, leading devotee, definitely, how can they not? Definitely had it in his mind and heart that somehow or other to be a guru. So it may be it was tempered by something like, "No, that's ridiculous." Well, maybe,
Because, we know Prabhupada says a guru is an uttama adhikari, a devotee was in direct
but you see, when
relationship
you
with
want
Krishna.
something, when a man dwells on sense objects,
Yes.
he becomes attached. From attachment comes lust.
Lust.
From lust comes
Anger.
greed, right? Lamentation, illusion. One falls down again in the material pool. So you can't say, well, it was innocent. No, there was something, And when you have that something, that lust, it's lust.
Yeah.
Lust means I want something. You shouldn't be wanting that thing. You shouldn't want anything. You should just say, whatever Krishna does is fine with me. So lust means there's this dwelling on a sense object. What is that sense object? That sense object is me. I'm this object of the senses. I'm thinking that, I like to be like Prabhupada, which in itself is not a wrong thought, but as it grows, it goes wrong more and more, because you can't be like Prabhupada. You can't.
You can follow in his footsteps.
You can follow in
But
his
you should not
footsteps,
imitate.
or Bhaktivedanta couched it in a very nice way. He said, there's an impassable line of demarcation between the Savior and the saved. One who is truly saved actually knows this. In other words, you can't be like Prabhupada, because he's coming from up there, down here, and we're coming from down there, up there. Just like you can't be like your father and mother. So what do? You get your own mother. You get married, in other words. But you can't do what you do with your wife, with your mother. So this is one way to think of that. Does that make sense?
Oh, very well.
Yeah.
Sir.
So, okay, so Prabhupada, so what did you do? He saw he has these, new found disciples, and they're very energetic, and they're, Prabhupada was very appreciative, thankful, understood everything. So, and he expressed that in that conversation with Puri, that you can't give them a blank check because they're not qualified. And you can't just say, hey, too bad guys, I'm leaving and none of you are fit. So he did something in between. He said, yes, okay, yeah, I'm going to name some of you, and you as Ritvik representative of the Acharya. So it's actually the same thing in one sense. You're doing all the same things, but you have been mercifully given a check, a condition that you, a boundary for your own safety, for their safety, for Prabhupada's safety. You're being given a conditional authority. It has some condition. It's the same thing, and the function is the same. The result is the same. But there's an additional advantage. You are safe, that disciple is safe, and Prabhupada is safe. And the public's safe. I think it makes sense.
Yes. What about writing the books? Prabhupada wrote the books. All these books we're studying.
Well, what about it?
Well, the Ritvik is not writing the books.
Yes, he wrote the books, but even that, they've I told you, they've made a legal motion that he's not the author of those books. Anyway, he's the author, but they don't belong to him.
No,
They belong to us,
But I'm saying,
and we can
yeah.
change them, and we are changing them.
So, but I'm saying that if you say the function is the same as the Diksha Guru, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada wrote the books.
Right. Oh, yeah.
There's a slight difference.
Oh, no, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm speaking.
In terms of the officialities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like Amarendra. Amarendra was a lawyer for the
Yeah.
guy. So, at one point in the lawsuit, there was a recess. You still on? So, at the recess, he says, Hansadutta, well, why are you so hung up on this BBT, the original BBT? We do the same thing. We're the BBTI. We print the books. We collect the money. We do everything's the same. Why are you so hung up on this one thing? So I said, Amarendra, are you married? He said, yeah. I said, okay, so suppose I take your wife. I do the same thing you do with her. In your bed with her. I eat from your table with her. We use your money, right? Everything is the same. What's the big deal? Why are you so hung up on this? He was shocked. He was like, oh. So that's the point. There's a difference, like you said. And not only that, I mean, when it comes to, learning Prabhupada's books or reading them and quoting, but there are children in India, they can recite the whole Bhagavad Gita. You can't. I can't. Maybe even Prabhupada can't. But does it mean that, hey, what's the difference? But, this problem is never going to be solved. It's only going to be, it's going to always be there, and there'll be somebody, maybe like yourself, that will, have the mercy of Prabhupada, mercy of Krishna, and intelligence. And I used to say, err on the side of caution. It's okay if you make a mistake on the side of caution, that we're doing the Ritvik thing, and maybe in the end it proves to be the wrong thing. We should all, maybe, I don't know. But there's no error there. While talking to Christians, sometimes we talk of meat eating, right? They say, well, I said, but to not kill and eat the animal, that couldn't possibly be sinful. But to kill and eat the animal, it very well could be. But we know for sure this is definitely not going to be, right?
Sin.
Huh? Whatever the Bible, whatever you do unto the least of my creatures, you do it unto me. He who kills an ox is as if he kills a man. So, to err on the side of caution couldn't be wrong. And even if it is, there's not going to be any harm. What's the harm? There's no harm. So, but who will listen to this? They'll say, well, the guy's a lunatic.
Discount guru.
Yeah.
More attractive.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the discount. You get the discount. Get one free. If this one don't work out, you can get another one. Does it make sense? I don't know. You can tell me,
It
like,
makes
hey, you
perfect
don't make
sense.
any
Yeah,
sense.
very well said. Yes. Just one thing I want to ask. What about this Topanga Canyon conversations?
Yeah, I was there.
'Cause
What do you
were-
want to ask about it? I was there, yeah.
You were there. So what was going on? Because Tamal, he says that Prabhupada made the
He
written.
said in plain English, yeah, but so now I haven't followed exactly how they reinterpret that to make it sound like Tamal was just saying the same thing he's always been saying, but in a clever way. I don't know.
What were the circumstances? That's also not clear. Like we just had the conversation, but I was not able to research what were the circumstances where this conversation took place.
It was at Nishringananda's Topanga house.
Yeah.
He's, head of the the video,
ITV.
ITV, yeah. And I don't know. I can't remember exactly how it came to be, that meeting. I don't know.
Because I heard, tell me if it's true, that you were excommunicated from ISKCON with Tamal.
Oh, really? I know I was excommunicated.
But that was later on, right? Because this was 1980. 1980.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I was excommunicated, thanks to Brahmananda, I think, because they had it in their head that I'm going to go to Sridhar, which, of course, I really didn't have it in my head the way they had it in their head. But anyway, Prabhupada got excommunicated, so I'm in good company. He got excommunicated before me.
But this was later on, was it? The Topanga was
Topanga?
1980.
I don't know the date. I don't remember the date. I don't remember the date.
Why?
The thing is,
What was the why Tamal said like this? What was the?
I think Tamal was having some, getting some flack from his god brothers.
Uh-huh.
He was getting some flack from his god brothers, and what? See, this is the thing, that it just wasn't a clear cut thing. Like, some people, Puranjan type people, they make it like, these guys just sat down and made some. It wasn't like that. It was very, for want of a better word, organic. It just kind of unfolded.
Mm-hmm.
It's like asking somebody, when did rock and roll start? Well, you don't remember, you're a young guy. But it didn't start that way.
Yeah.
It
Was not planned out.
It was not planned out. It was not abrupt. In fact, I'll give you another very important analogy that Prabhupada, we had a discussion with Prabhupada in London, Rabadinandan, Shamsundar, myself, and they wanted to get a definition, a clear cut, where spirit begins and matter. Have
Yeah.
you seen that
Yeah,
conversation?
yeah.
You have?
In the atom,
Yeah, yeah.
whether there's spiritual in the atom.
Yeah. So but it came down to this. I carried that conversation with me for years. I probably still have it somewhere on the tape. That where is the point of demarcation between spirit and matter? So they go about asking Prabhupada questions, trying to pinpoint definition. In fact, the word definition, interesting word. Finite, right? Finite, definition. You want to defy the infinite by measuring or weighing or call it what you might. But that can't be done. And so at some point, after, Prabhupada kind of gets a little bit, I can't say exasperated, but he finally decides to just say it like it is. He said, actually, there's no such thing as matter. There's only spirit. And he said, and then he gives this example. He said, this finger here, if a pinprick it, you feel it. But here on the nail, you don't feel anything. But if you try to find the point where the nail begins and the skin ends, and you can't find, there is no such point. Everything is in a, I don't know if you use the word evolution, a state of evolution. Everything is spirit in different stages of development, development or realization, or so. Because he said everything proceeds from the Supreme Spirit, so everything is spirit, but at different levels or points of evolution or development. So he said we don't preach this because it leads to Mayavadi thinking, but this is the fact. He said this is not for public.
He says, for the public, you are not the body.
Right.
They have to know the distinction.
Yeah, distinctions have to be made. In one conversation, Rabadi also, I was there. So Prabhupada sometimes let one of his disciples talk to the darshan guests, answer their questions. So he let Rabadi talk. So he starts talking. He's in Krishna this and Krishna that and Radharani. Prabhupada said, no. He said, why are you talking of Krishna? Krishna is our internal business. First you have to establish and make them understand we're not this body. So that's why I say the talks Prabhupada had informally on darshan or morning walk, I don't know if I should say more important, but they are the fruit of the formal tree of knowledge, that just like the acharya is the fruit of the tree of Vedic wisdom, just like the doctor is the fruit of the tree of medical knowledge, the lawyer similarly. So like that. So for different personalities, you have to present. Just like a child is going to school. That doesn't mean he may know nothing except making mud pies. That's good. That's his stage. Somebody else is doing ABC. Somebody else is doing physics. Somebody's doing postgraduate. So, like something like that. So, our institutional life, or the institution, we have to know what it is. What it is. What it serves a purpose. Some people, they see Krishna, they feel, oh, Krishna is very beautiful. Okay. But there may be other disciples or students, they are going forward, more forward. Somebody asked me, would you join this institution if you were a young man now? I said, no way. There's no way I would have anything to do with it. They said, why? I said, there's nothing going on whatsoever. So everyone comes in a particular time, place, circumstances, which is tailor-made. We have to accept tailor-made for, custom-made for by Krishna for that individual.
Do you think that if someone hypothetically never comes in contact with any of Prabhupada's disciples, but he reads Prabhupada's books and he starts to follow the regulative principles, chant 16 rounds, and he's able to preach, he makes his own center, is he, according to your understanding, is he authorized by Prabhupada to perform the ritvik initiations for his congregation?
You know, it's a hard question to answer because, you know, who is that? I mean, there's so many things that are unknown in that. I mean,
in terms of continuing the formal initiations as Prabhupada.
You know, you take, well, let me answer it in this way. Prabhupada books are, you know, there was an outflow. It's like, you know, Niagara Falls. It's constant, dynamic, spiritual dynamic, flowing. So, I forgot now what I was going to say. So what? So yes, it's possible. Or Prabhupada put it this way to Vaikuntanath. I think we came to this point the other day. He asked him, you know, what about these people who are distributing millions of books, but they, you know, how will they be initiated? Prabhupada said, one who reads my books is initiated. That means it embraces what he reads, embraces it as true, and applies it in the best capacity. Yes, then he basically has a spiritual life. Now, of course, this is an unusual example, but that also has, you know, a whole spectrum of degrees. Like Bhaktivedanta Thakur, he went in search of a Chaitanya Charitamrita, couldn't find one for years, I was told. So spiritual life is unconventional. Bhaktisiddhanta makes the point. It's not conventional, it's unconventional. That it can take place almost under any circumstance. But for the general public, there has to be some institution. You know, just like Henry Ford, he didn't go to school, right? But he... So if you say, well, he didn't go to school, why should I go to school? No, there's a, you know, general format, and then there are exceptions to the rule. Tesla didn't go to school, I understand, or his mom taught him at home. So,
Ben Franklin too.
Huh?
Ben Franklin too.
Ben Franklin too. He too. Of course, I'm not Ben Franklin. But I used to tell my kids, come on, let's go, we'll play hooky, we'll go to the beach. Oh, no, we have to go to school, Bubby. I said, I didn't go to school, don't worry about it. Ah, yeah, you're different. Anyway, yeah, I mean, at some point, I used to write Prabhupada when he'd ask me to do, I'd ask him, like, how, you know, how, you know, how do I do that? He said, you just chant Hare Krishna, Krishna will reveal it to you. When I asked him if I could buy a harmonium, he said, yes, of course, why not? I said, so then would you teach me how to play? He said, oh yes, it's very simple. You make the sound and you press the button. And that was all he said, ever. So, you know, you're doing what you're doing the only thing you can do. And you just keep on doing that and depend on Krishna. Krishna will guide you. I mean, why would he not guide you? And he is guiding you, obviously, so. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Are we still running?
Is it rolling, Bob?
Huh?
Is it rolling, Bob? Hey, no, I just had one quick one. When you went to Vrindavan, you mentioned, because, Prabhupada, it seemed in the letters he didn't want us to associate with it, too many Brajvasis, and I think there's a story there where Prabhupada asked you to cook for him, or can I have some of that? There's some story like that. You were staying at some outside.
Yeah, I was staying at Bhagaji's doing chakram, doing chanting 64 rounds a day or something, and so Prabhupada said, "Well, so why are you staying at Bhagaji's?" I said, "Yes, why?" And, well, I'm cooking my own meal, eating once a day, doing chaturmasa, something like that. He said, "So you can stay here." And I said, "But I don't have a kitchen here." He said, "You can cook in my kitchen." So I by that time I got it that Prabhupada doesn't want me staying outside. So I stayed in the guest house and cooked in his kitchen. So every day I would cook the same thing, rice and okra, bindi. And Prabhupada, after I'm done, I'm sitting eating, he would come out and see, and he said, "Oh, it looks very good. Why not make some for me?" I said, "Oh, Prabhupada, it's so simple, it's, so I never did make anything for Prabhupada. But anyway, I don't know if that's the one you're talking about. Yeah, I generally, it would take me a few things before I realized that Prabhupada didn't want me to stay at Bhagaji. Bhagaji was a Sahajya type guy, but he was very nice. He helped Prabhupada and come and see Prabhupada. Krishna, Hare Krishna. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah, big hands. He has big hands. Big hands. Lots of energy. Healthy. You're very healthy.